Footsteps echo in the hollow night. Street lights flicker like they're scared of the fight. In my chest, a fire. No peace to find, the beast inside it claws my mind. Crimson shadows dance in my head. A thousand screams of words left unsaid. I walk the line where the living dread. One step closer, the hunger's fed. Mirror cracked, my reflection's alive. Eyes like razors cutting the sky. Fingers twitching, my hands are tied. But the urge is a flood I can't deny. Crimson shadows dance in my head. A thousand screams, the words left unsaid. I walk the line where the living dread. One step closer, the hunger's fed. Whispers crawl like snakes in my brain. Every heartbeat pounding like rain. Is it madness or just my chain? The desire rises, sweet and insane. Crimson shadows dance in my head. A thousand screams of words left unsaid.
All right. How's everybody doing tonight on this Friday evening? You know, I just got back from the gym, so I thought, you know what? I'm going to go live. I haven't went live since Tuesday night, and that was a heck of a show with Jennifer Coffindaffer. She's a great guest, as always, and I like her expertise, and hopefully soon we'll be able to have her come back up and discuss some more of her law enforcement type experience, because I love to hear people that have actually been in the field, that have actually done it. There's the link, Jeff, if you want to go ahead and jump on up. Common Sense, how you doing? You know, it's always awesome to get rapport with people that have been in the field, that have actually done investigation, or actually have deep dove into their knowledge chambers to gain the knowledge to be able to speak on certain things. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of smart people that have the knowledge to be able to understand the criminal justice process, the judicial process. But you know what? At the same time, there's people that they missed the mark by so wide right. Yes, she was. And if you're not a subscriber to Break the Case with Jennifer Coffindaffer, y'all need to go subscribe, because she has a good channel over there, and she does deep dive into a lot of things. Let me put you up here, Jeff. All right, Jeff Q, how are you doing? Jeff Q.
Hey, 12. Sorry, my mic muted.
Instead of
Good, man. How are you doing?
Jeff Q. I just came from the gym, bro. Drinking me a pecan.
Wait a minute. I gotta mute. How come I'm not hearing you on StreamYard? Say something.
Say something?
I'm not hearing.
There's
I was
no
hearing you
echo.
on
There's no echo on
what do
this
you call
one.
it? On YouTube.
Yeah,
You can hear
there's
me
no,
okay?
yeah, there's no echo. We're
What the
good.
heck? I'm doing something wrong, clearly. Hold on. How about this? Check, check, check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Check 3 4. Check three
Hold on. Let me go
four.
out and come back in. Something's going
All
on.
right. All right, cool. Anyways, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties, but Jeff H will join us here in a minute. And you're right, Common Sense. She has a lot of knowledge. She's been doing it for a long time. And hopefully in the near future, I'm going to have some other professionals that I know that have agreed to come up on my panel as well. So hopefully we'll continue to have guests that do have an understanding of the law enforcement process and investigative process, not to try to treat this channel as a school or anything like that. But you know what? It's always great to learn the real deal rather than to have to guess and have to spread all this misinformation. There he is, the man of the hour,
Now she's working. Yeah,
Jeff.
I have my mic and my headphones settings reversed.
Young and name you Jeff Q.
Hey, common sense.
Jeff Q.
Now, why are you saying Jeff Q? I was looking to see if I put the wrong letter on.
No,
I typed
because
the wrong.
Cuff You, Jeff Q.
Oh, yeah. Which night was it where you almost said you
That was the one
instead of cuff
before-
you? That was the one before Jennifer.
Before the Jennifer Coffindaffer one. That was.
That was funny.
We were having such a good time. I was like, F you. She's like, I get that all the time. So yeah.
Everybody, put your children in bed now because 12
Yeah,
gauge is gonna
she would support about
be
it.
cussing.
Yeah, she would support. We're officially in the evening hours where the kids need to go to bed. This is not a kid-friendly show.
That's right. We're talking about all kinds of stuff that they shouldn't.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be worried about. Hopefully, they
Yeah,
never.
the kids should
have
not
to
be
concerned about.
listening to grown men talking about 1320 cameras.
Red rum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
red rum. Wow.
You know, I was
Yeah,
watching a little thing. You know that movie, The Shining, right?
Yeah.
You've seen it a bunch of times, probably like me.
Long time ago.
Yeah, there was somebody was breaking it down. How there's a lot of scenes in there with mirrors, and apparently the director felt that those in the afterlife and those haunting this place kind of live in the mirrors, and it made me start to think like red rum. You know, the little kid is drawing red rum on the door, but when you look at it in the mirror, that's where she saw that and thought.
Yeah, it says murder, right? It's about murder. Yeah.
So next time you watch it, just look for all the mirrors and see if you don't think they mean something, or they're like they're not just accidents, you know.
Okay, kind of like the Wizard of Oz. Remember, they were talking about how somebody hung themselves in one of the scenes.
Oh yeah, I
could
heard
see,
about that.
Like somebody hanging in the background.
Yeah. Where was that? That's
Isn't
creepy.
that a way to be immortalized in a movie? It's like, oh, that was John. He had a bad day, I guess. You know.
John, he's always hanging around the studio.
Yeah, he's always hanging around.
That's awful. Sorry, I didn't mean to make fun of somebody hanging.
Yeah, I know.
But who knows? It might not be true. You know, these are the.
Hey, it hasn't been confirmed. We didn't get the autopsy report on it.
It says the figure seen in the background of some prints of the film. Oh, it says it's actually a bird.
Oh, it wasn't a guy.
Likely an African gray crowned crane that was brought onto the set from the Los Angeles Zoo. But it says it was a myth. It says the Hanging Man and the Wizard of Oz is a persistent urban legend, not a real event.
Okay. All right.
Fake news 12. What are you trying to spread?
News.
Fake news.
12 is spreading misinformation again. So were you the one that was talking about the difference between misinformation and disinformation?
Yeah, I think we were talking about that the other day.
Can you
Yeah,
kind of
well,
tell the audience
it,
what that is?
isn't that like where I've always interpreted it that one is like when you're spreading or incorrect information intentionally, and then the other is when you don't know any better and are spreading, incorrect information.
Okay.
Kind of like, it makes me think, first thing that comes to mind, like Chicken Little, acorn falls on his head, and he's fully convinced that the sky is falling. A piece of sky
Yeah.
fell on his head, and he's telling the whole neighborhood about it. He's not spreading information he knows to be wrong. He thinks it's right. He thinks is what happened.
Do you think, kind of going into what we're going to talk about tonight, do you think cameras have actually assisted humanity, or you think that they've kind of created more doubt?
I would like to think in most situations they help. When there is no camera, I mean, what do you have to even discuss? What kind of you don't have? You're in the dark. But if you have a camera and you've got a little bit of something, then you're at least that much closer. Seems like you've got to be able to interpret what you're seeing,
Right.
and interpret that correctly. It's easy to interpret it incorrectly. And and you also have to. I think you have to get to a point where you have to be able to accept. Sometimes you look at it and you're like, you can't really come to a conclusive answer based on what's on the camera. I mean, the whole Zapruder film when Kennedy was assassinated. We're still
Right.
talking about that, trying to figure out did a shot come from the grassy knoll? Was it the school book depository? Was it the person with the umbrella on a day that wasn't raining standing out there? That's a little odd. It's funny, things is not much changes with regards to things like the stuff we like to talk about
Well, I
with
mean,
crime.
we've had cameras come into question, I guess, like in the Delphi case, but we have that little bit of, the man walking on the railroad tracks. I'm not versed on
Right.
that case, so if I say anything wrong, don't come at me. I'm just going on memory right here. We have a little bit about that man, supposedly Richard Allen, walking on the railroad tracks, and even seeing the girls go down this little trail and then hearing down the hill. You know what I mean? Like,
Right, right.
there's been so much speculation on that, and I don't even know a lot of it, but I know that there's been a lot of people that talk about that.
I've got that video on my channel, and I kind of tried to clean up the audio to see if I shouldn't say clean up. I should just say try to make it so you could hear it better.
Right.
The parts where it's a little hard to hear, but yeah, it sure seems like they've crossed the bridge. I get the girls mixed up, but the second girl has just finished crossing the bridge, and they realize there's a guy not too far behind them on the bridge that is coming up, and then you hear he kind of it sounds like he tells them go down the hill. There are a lot of creators that I think got hit with something far heavier than a knife. Yeah,
Yeah, they
no
got hit with
doubt.
a wrench. They got hit with a wrench, a pipe wrench. Remember that in the very beginning of this case? Do you remember how supposedly Ethan got attacked in the kitchen by a plumber that used to work
Oh,
at
I did
U
remember
of
hearing something about a
I
plumber.
with a pipe wrench? You remember that?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things that you and I used to discuss about
It
this.
was
We've been like,
Colonel Mustard in the library with the pipe wrench.
it's like, how in the heck did that happen?
Right.
Remember that? You do remember that, though,
I
right?
remember hearing about that. I wouldn't have remembered the detail about Ethan being involved, but I do remember a plumber and a pipe wrench. Wasn't Mario from Mario Brothers? Was he a plumber? Or was he
Yeah,
or maybe I'm
yeah.
thinking of Wreck-It Ralph.
Hey, they
Um,
didn't see the white Elantra. It was the Mario Kart that were going around the Queen Road apartment,
it was a
right?
Mario Kart race.
Yeah, it was Yoshi and,
Yeah, bananas
Wario.
were spitting out the back of the car,
Yeah,
and the
there you
cars were
go. Yeah,
sliding.
there you go.
Hey, let me go check on that thing in the oven. I'll be right
All
back.
right, cool. Yeah, I do remember that PKC. There was a 4chan, I think it was, where they were talking about, the crime and intestines hanging from the fans. And that house didn't even have any ceiling fans. That's how kind of crazy this whole thing is. Yeah, that was a big one too. That was a big one too, Lenora. You're right. I don't remember that one, but I remember people saying the victims were brought to the house in wheelchairs. Yep. I mean, there was a lot of conspiracies in the very beginning, or people with best educated guesses on what happened to these individuals. You know, because you know what? We didn't know. There was a gag order. We had no clue. We didn't have any kind of understanding where this went. What happened? All we knew is 4 people died, and that's all we really knew. We had a lot of characters from the very beginning, and every little piece of information was coming out, and people were running with it. I was one of them. Jeff was one of them. We had multitudes of nightly conversations about this. And one of the conversations that we had was about this 1320 camera and the 1330 camera. So Jeff, you want to kind of lead us into what you wanted me to talk about on this 1320, because I did pull up that video.
Right. What were we discussing about it again? You might have to refresh my memory.
Let me see the text message. Hold on. You were
But I
saying,
know it's one of the interesting things that I've think about that 1320 Linda Lane camera is that the owner of that camera, Kane Francetic, or however you pronounce his name. I still don't know how to pronounce his last name, but he had explained that camera was only there to keep an eye on people that had been leaving trash outside of that dumpster, and parking issues. They had parking issues there, and Kane himself actually put the parking signs all around that area. And at 12:27, you can hear that guy, the guy that gets out of the car first. There's 4 people that get out of the car at 12:27. You can hear him bang the no parking sign against the wall. I believe it's just suspended by the top corners, so he bangs the
okay.
bottom part of it.
I do
So
remember that. I do remember that. Let me
Murphy's
take
Law. How did I get a phone call?
All right, so this is a video of an apartment in Main Road apartment. So it's 1320 Linda Lane, number 4. It's going to be a tour, and I only want to watch it because it gives you an inside look at those apartments. And here we go.
So this is Linda Lane number 4. It's the bottom unit. So in here's the kitchen. Over here is the storage closet.
I mean, one thing instantly that I thought about this that was interesting was this almost looks identical to Steptoe. It looks almost identical. You walk in to the left, there's the kitchen. It's almost set up the same. The living room's almost the same. It looks like it could be an identical setup. But you know what? A lot of these apartments were built way back in the day. They're not built for looks, they're built for efficiency. So let's keep going. I think this is one of the managers there.
Then to the left is the bathroom. in the first bedroom. And the second bedroom.
So as you can see, there's a lot of really not a lot of room. Because what a lot of people fail to understand about these apartments, about these houses, they're not made for a lot of square footage. They're made to play a role, to do what you need to do, have a place to live, and that's pretty much it. As you can see right here, it's kind of like a little separation between the kitchen and the living room. In Brian's apartment, you could tell as soon as you walked in, it didn't have this kind of separation. It just walked right into the kitchen. So it kind of looked the same. Little bitty refrigerator, cabinets above there. And as she walked in, you could see the stove and
If you want to come
everything
with me,
else.
I'll show you where the laundry room is.
So she's actually going up to the 1330 building now that has the laundromat and the no parking sign, which is,
Where the
if
mail
we
is.
look right here, this little area right here is where the no parking sign is. So the night that those people were dropped off and we saw those 3 people get out and that girl turn her Jeep or whatever that car was around, you could see somebody hitting the sign, which Jeff and I have discussed was probably a no parking sign. And it was right here on this little area right here. And you could see them with the off to the left. You could see them coming up these little stairs right here and into the building. The 1330 camera is actually above these breakers right here. So you go straight up. There is 2 cameras right there. I don't know if he's going to show it or not, but here we go.
So this is the laundry room. It's $2.25 to wash.
And see, that's one thing that I thought was intriguing was the laundromat was right there, and people kept hearing different things on that camera. Would you not have heard dryers, people talking in the laundry room, people joking around in the laundry room, people above this laundry room? I mean, or do you think it was just so muffled that you wouldn't have heard anything with the camera right outside this window?
$1.25 to dry. So
And see, she's showing you, there's the dumpster, and there's Linda Lane right there. Over here by this big ass pine tree, that's where that red vehicle's at. And as you look, here's the white vehicle right here, and a couple houses down is where a supposed cougar was spotted. No relation to the cat that was seen running next to the dumpster. But there has been sightings of cougars. There has been sightings of bugs flying around the camera. There had been sightings of a lot of different things. Whether they had anything to do with the crime it's left to be seen, right? How many of you watching? Say hello. Leave a chat, like, subscribe, give us a comment. Let us know that you're watching. Jeff is taking care of business. But y'all know exactly where she's standing right here. Because right here is a little stairway down into Linda Lane. Supposedly that individual that came up Linda Lane, looked into the dumpster, walked around and up through this little area.
Campus is right at the end of this street. And if you're interested in this unit, please give us a call.
And there is the number if you're interested on getting an apartment at Linda Lane Apartments. Give them a call. Give them a call. You know, it's let me see. Let me go to Jeff's page because I want to see something. And I know that he has it right on his page.
Hey there.
By the time I find it, it'll be 3 hours in. What's going on, Jeff?
What you looking for?
I was gonna go show on their page. Do you have the direct line of Linda Lane camera, the 1320, to go down Linda Lane on your camera?
You know, no, I don't think I have actually ever posted any 1320. But if you go to Linda Lane Archive
Here it is.
on YouTube,
You got it.
do I? I did put.
Yeah.
I might have put a short clip, but I don't have very much of 1320.
I want to give them a look because, you know, it's always interesting to see. And as what I was just showing you, I don't know what her name is, but she's a manager there at the department. She was standing right here. You can see my mouse. She was right here.
Yeah.
There's the dumpster. Here's the red vehicle, and the cougar came from the right. The cat came from the left. I don't know if this is the video with the cat, but I know one of these videos has a cat.
I think this video clip here is just for a while there. This little clip was going around. They were trying to figure out what was being said. There's a lot of echoey audio, and I just tried to clean it up to make it easier to hear what's being said. I still can't quite make out what people are saying, but of course, that's how I approach it. If I can't figure out what's being said, that's what I say. I can't figure out.
Right.
But believe me, there are plenty of YouTubers that will say, this is exactly what's being said. This is obviously what's being said. And it somehow always seems to be in something that makes it, you know, pro-burger leaning. I don't know what it is. I don't know why that is.
Why did Jeff chase the cat? It's all about the dog in
Is that a song? What is that? I don't
there.
know.
Yeah, yeah. Anyways, for
Who
those
let
of
the
you
dogs out?
that don't know, Coburger's white Elantra was seen passing this area, I believe at 321. Don't give me the lying, but we have done so much on this little camera right here. I believe it was 321.
I'd only be
323.
guessing the times that on this.
Somewhere
I could
around
tell you the
there.
exact times on the other camera.
Yeah.
But this one I've really haven't looked into in the same manner because the car is way at the end of the street. It's
Yeah.
really hard to see anything.
So this
One
is-
thing, this did come up yesterday actually on somebody else's live. That's AC/DC song TNT? Okay, that's all I'll say. Anyway, but this person was trying to, and pushing hard with this thought that the Banfield officers' cameras were an hour off so that it pushes it to where the documentation where the officers mentioned driving around the area makes it look like they're the car seen on the light bulb camera. Of course,
Right.
the car on that camera is an Elantra because you can see the side window. You can also see, I tried to point out, it's amazing how a Gilter, you type in the chat, the Gilter is like, everybody ignores what a Gilter says. But the car in the light bulb camera, and also I think you can see it in the 1330 Linda Lane camera, has a little shark fin antenna above the back window.
Yeah.
The police car doesn't have that. The Banfield police car does not have a shark fin antenna.
Let me ask you this, Jeff. You being a videographer and you working with film, obviously, and stuff like that. Um, how easy is it for you to be able to manipulate the timestamp? Because people swear up and down that it's so freaking easy to manipulate that timestamp. Is it that easy?
Um, I was trying to think. The one on 1330 is a little more difficult, I would imagine, because like this one on the 1320, the time and the date is at the very bottom. What is behind the numbers, it doesn't really move or change at all. So this
Right.
is probably easier. Though on the 1330 Linda Lane camera, as cars go by in the distance, you can actually see little headlights going up Nez Pierce, over behind Sigma Chi. You can see when lights hit the trees from headlights. So there's things that are happening. There's also like steam coming off buildings and stuff in the distance. So a little
There's
harder.
bugs. There's bugs in surveillance mode in this camera.
Bugs?
Yeah, there's bugs flying around with camera with
Yeah.
surveillance mode, letting everybody know that it's about to go down. Let's see exactly what this. Let's see exactly what this is.
These bugs are snitches.
Okay, if you're hearing all that, just to be logical, I know you and I have had this conversation a million times on, but I'm gonna step outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
This camera is mounted on an apartment complex, is it not?
Right. Yep.
And right up the hill, there's another apartment complex with more cameras, correct?
Right.
So I might be a stupid man, but if a camera is mounted on an apartment complex, wouldn't that camera capture any sound or any kind of loud noises within a certain vicinity? Especially if the camera was in like 360 mode, or the camera had an ultra fine little bitty microphone that captured any little semblance of sound. Does it automatically mean that that sound traveled from over what, 300 yards away, that this little camera was able to capture sound from 300 yards away?
Right. Right. Yeah. No. I mean, there's a certain distance where it's going to be impossible. I mean, sounds can echo off of hard surfaces, of course, but they don't. It's not like the sound in its original pristine form travels, bounces off something, and then continues on in the same original audio quality. As it bounces off of things, it's not going to be the same, audio quality, of course. But
So let me rewind that. It sounds
but
like
this
a
this sounds a lot like. I mean, I don't know what's causing the echo, unless you showed the apartment tour video, which I hope Kane doesn't mind. I was actually thinking when I was thinking about that, because we discussed it this morning, but I was thinking all day today. I was thinking I should maybe blur her face out or something. But I think we're hopefully long past everything. I think that video is very interesting to show the steps going into the laundry room. It's kind of a view that we couldn't see before of where those four people that get out of the car at 12:27 a.m.
Do you have
where
that
they
video?
walked.
Do you have that
Yeah,
video?
yeah. I can
Can you
find that's on
prepare
my
that
channel.
while I play this again?
Yeah, yeah. I'll get
Okay,
that
I'm
for
going to
you.
play this again. It sounds like a demon growling. This is the token dog of the neighborhood. Believe you me, this is the dog that was barking at 423. Okay? I want you to believe that. Once again, I'm going to put the closed captioning on because this is what people do to get some kind of semblance of what they hear. Let's see what the closed captioning hears. Nothing. That sounds like to me like it could be somebody laughing. Sounds to me like it could be somebody playing a, some kind of joke, a game. Could be anything.
It's really strange because it's got multiple echoes. It's not like just one echo. You hear the rhythmic like fa 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 fa.
Yeah.
And so it makes me think like, I mean, we have to look at that video again, of the apartment tour video. I don't know if you're like standing in front of that apartment, if there's walls close enough. Just because like if you go to the Grand Canyon and you say echo, you have to wait for it to travel a long distance and then come back, and then you hear echo. So the distance, of course, the further the distance, the longer it's going to take for the delay, the echo to come back. So this being this close, like ha 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 ha, that seems to me to suggest that it's walls that are probably like parallel to each other, so that the sound bounces, back from one wall to the other wall to the other wall.
Well, thank you, Aries, for being here.
But like right in that area there, if you're standing.
So she's in number 4. So this is the one downstairs, right?
Yeah.
This would be one from downstairs. The camera.
So it's hard to tell.
The camera would be upstairs because there's a balcony and then there's the camera. Because
Right.
that's the first camera that we heard about from, I believe it was News Nation or somebody like that, that reported that a landlord had found camera footage on his camera facing Linda Land. So
Right.
that was the first we heard about it. Thank you for y'all coming in here.
You know what? I was just reading that article too. It was like a Fox News article.
So let's watch this without sound, okay? That way we really can't, we're really not doxing this person, even though this is a public domain, and she had they have this video on there, so we've already seen the apartment. Let's go ahead and go where she goes outside. Okay, see, she's downstairs because here is Linda Lane that goes down that hill. The dumpster's down there. So if that camera's upstairs, would it be clear to say that the distance in the air that it is, it'd be able to capture more sound than if the camera was lower? Because the 1330 is lower. This one is higher. This one's on the second floor. The 1330 is on the first floor by the laundromat.
Yeah,
Or
I
would
don't know.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I mean,
go ahead.
I think if somebody's on the balcony, well, if somebody's on the, well, I don't know. Hard to tell. I can't really determine where the, I mean, the sound could be echoing off of houses that are across the way. I mean, the only thing you need for an echo to happen is for something to be a hard surface that, the sound is traveling to and then bouncing off. I mean, like that wall there of, the buildings, it could be bouncing around in there. I don't know. It's really a weird,
But if
it's really weird
sound
sound.
was coming from 1122, look at all that solid barrier that it'd have to get through to hit either one of these cameras. Either the 1330, which is right here where my mouse is, or the 1320, which is on the second floor up here. That's quite a distance.
Well, also too, I mean, if somebody is on the balcony of the, in like just above and to the left of her head, if somebody say is on that balcony, you've got the original sound coming from them, and then if you see the car on the far right, if it were to bounce off of that building there, that's going to be delayed from, so you're going to hear the original audio before you hear the echoed audio off the building, and then you've got buildings on the left. I mean, it's possible that it made those echoey, weird echoey sound. Keep in mind too, that sound I think is actually in the actual video clip is actually very low. The volume had to be cranked way up, I think, to hear it, if I remember right.
But this kind of, I mean, looking at this view right here, because we've had conversations where, 1122 could have been it could have been a sound chamber between Linda Lane Apartments or Queen Road Apartments, a little walkway. It could have shot that sound through there, and you would have been able to hear it on 1330. Or you would have been able to hear it on 1320. I mean, to me, that's a little far-fetched to say that sound is going to travel that far, especially determining where the sound originated. Did it originate on the third floor? Did it originate out front? Did it originate, where did it originate? Because if I'm facing this camera right here, most of my sound is being captured by the camera. If I have a camera across the room over there, it's going to bounce from this, and then it's going to go out, right? Is that not true, or?
Well, I mean, think of what I think of. Think of the microphone in the camera like a little ear. That's the ear that we're hearing with, and then all the sounds are just what's going on with them outside the ear, and then how they manage to arrive at the ear. And if they arrive at the ear at different times, then yeah, you get the echo. But I mean, the 1320 camera, I think there's things on the 1330 camera that you don't hear on the 1320 camera. One of the things that I think is significant is I think it's 2:53 and 54 seconds on the 1330 Linda Lane camera. You hear the the car horn honks from Banfield.
Right.
So 1330 is where she's right in front of her. She's walking up towards. That camera, of course, is closer to Banfield than the one at 1320 down by the dumpster. So the one at the dumpster, I don't think you can hear that on. If we have that piece of that clip, I don't know if that.
I mean, because looking at this landscape, it looks like 1122 would be lower than Queen Road Apartments. So the sound would have to travel up through here and then keep climbing for this camera to hear it. I mean, that's just my perception.
In the 1330 camera, the one that we see that has the fence, along the front of it, that camera is right where you're pointing, right to the up and to the left of her head is where that camera is. And it's pointing, to the right across the way.
So
and I mean, if you think about it, look at all that is in the way of direct line of sight to the house where the murders happened. I mean, you've got the balconies above it. You've got two big, long apartment buildings, the Queen Road apartment buildings there in the middle of the frame. Now, granted, sound could travel down the middle of those two long buildings, kind of bounce through. But again, it's like I said, echoes aren't going to be an exact copy of the original sound as they bounce off of things. You might hear a little bit of something, but it's not going to be much.
But don't trees absorb a lot of sound?
And trees too. Yeah, and I think this is I don't know what time they shot this video, but I don't know. I'm trying to remember if there were more leaves or less leaves during that time in November.
But I was just thinking that, if the screams came from the third floor, unless those windows were open, those screams would have to go through plywood, siding, the window frame, the window pane, the trees, the Queen Road Apartments, more wood to get to that camera.
Yeah, and the thing is, people like Ian and Harsh are going to hear it before the camera at 13:30. He's much closer. Any of those people that the law enforcement talked to that didn't really hear anything that night, they would have heard, if there was something to hear, they would have heard it before this camera. Either of these cameras would hear it. I'm telling you, I think the thing is the thing that's key is that the person who did this murder, I'm pretty sure was probably aware that if you give them time to scream, it's the gig's up. That's it. You can't give them time to scream. That's why my theory has always been that he used the hammer end of the knife to
Right.
knock them out first, or to knock them semi unconscious. I mean, the thing is if somebody is stabbing you, I mean, I'm no expert at I've never been stabbed. I don't know. The only things I have to go on, like the Ukrainian girl on the train. I mean, it sure didn't look like she let out a sound at all.
No, it didn't.
And I timed that the other night. It's 20 seconds. 20 seconds for her to collapse. She got stabbed unexpectedly. I don't think any of these victims in the 1122 house were like, hey, the stabber should be here. Are they late? Nobody's expecting it to be coming. They're all caught off by surprise. Now, maybe Xana, if it's the case where she's running away trying to get to her room, maybe to get to Ethan. That's the one thing I think pro-burgers would agree with, and probably if this is, they always saying Ethan is so much bigger than Brian, he could take him. Well, that's probably what Xana's thought was: get to Ethan, get to a big guy that can assist. But I think more than that, I think she just wanted to get to her room so she could close the door and lock it behind. Because if she is up on the stairs, what's she going to do? Where's she going to run? What's the safest place for her to go? Her room, and lock the door. And I don't think that I think she made it to her room, but I think she was probably knocked to the floor, maybe knocked in the back of the head with the hammer part of the knife. I don't know.
Aries Fire, I like your comment. I mean, that's true. I mean, at night, it seems like sounds are a lot clearer. But in
Yeah.
that retrospect, if that camera caught those screams, how many other people heard those screams? You get what I'm saying? It's like, how many apartments are in that little vicinity? You don't believe that anybody else heard those screams? That's all I'm asking. I mean, I'm not challenging you. I'm just saying that if those screams were that loud, there would have been multitudes of individuals that heard those screams. I know that Ian Harsh said something about a scream, right? Did he not?
Um,
Or was that made
yeah,
up? Was
I'm
that
not. I'm
made-
not sure. I vaguely do remember something like that, but I don't remember clearly enough to say.
Okay. But look at where she's at right now. Okay, so there's just such a incline right there, and then it kind of goes up, and then it flattens out, and then it goes down.
Right. Yeah, it's very much a peak, like a hill.
See how she?
And you look at the angle. Yeah, look at the angle she's walking. She's leaning forward. I think it's a steeper incline than it feels. In camera.
Yeah, and that camera is right here. So it is
Yes.
one's facing this way, and one's facing straight. So there's two cameras. One's not even facing that direction. So the one that's facing straight even has like a bar or a beam that's in the way, like these beams right here in this balcony. I'm
Now
not trying
there's a chance. Can you back it up just a little bit? Because maybe
Yeah.
this video was shot before the cameras were installed.
hold on.
Because I
How far
really
back?
don't see it. Yeah, see,
far-
there's a lot of stuff missing up in that area above that window, the laundry room window. That
I know there's not a sign there yet. Yeah, it's not there yet.
no, I do think the parking sign is over there by the steps, though. It's hard to see because of the camera angle.
Okay, there's the. I believe that camera is like right above that beam right there. Like there's one facing toward her, and then there's the other one that's facing straight out. And that's the camera that we see the black vehicle and everything else, you know.
There's a video I did that shows, it borrows a little bit of footage from JLR, but he showed a very clear. We could show that if you want after this.
Okay.
It showed.
Hold on, hold
See,
on, there it
you
was.
don't see the wires or anything. The wires aren't there, I don't think.
See, there's no sign.
Now go back a little bit. I think there might be a sign.
Okay, there it is. You're right. My bad.
But I
you
could be
can
wrong.
see-
It could be wrong.
You can see the camera right there too. You see it? You see it, right?
Mm.
You
Well,
see
when we
my
look at the other
pointer?
video, we'll see how close it is. I think
You
it
see-
is tucked in, but I think it's if I remember right, it's a little to the left of that beam.
But there's another one to the other side.
Well, I
And the
think
wires-
the main one is to the. Well, I'd be guessing. We could take a look at it because it's a perfectly clear
There's
view.
your no parking sign right there. You're right.
Yeah, hit play. I think you can see if you can see the no parking sign just as she gets close to the. There it is.
Okay.
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got like a red bar across the top and a red at the bottom.
See, I always
There's
thought-
also one down by the dumpster.
I always
I
thought
think
it
the
was
same size.
mailboxes like this that they were punching.
Yeah, a lot of people said that. Remember Doc Thrifty? He was saying in one of his lives or a video that I saw that he thought the guy was slamming the mailbox.
And you know what's interesting? Is these steps are wooden. I remember hearing them stomping up these steps.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they look wooden, don't they?
Yeah, I think
You
they are. They
they're
look
the
wooden to
concrete or
me.
wood? I know looking at that vehicle right here, as you see them disappear into this doorway, you can see them climbing up the stairs. It looks like this was all one piece connected. You know what I mean? No, those are concrete. See these stairs right here? You can see these stairs on that black vehicle as they're climbing those stairs.
And I think, at least I've always thought, I haven't heard that clip in a long time. I do have it ready. I can pull it up for you. The
go ahead.
1227 clip. It sure sounds to me, what I think is happening is I think the first guy that comes out is on the phone. I know there's a guy that thinks he's got a knife in his hand, but I don't think he does. He's on the phone. I don't want to mention his name, but I love the chocolates. But I think he's on the phone, and I think you hear a female voice that I think is coming from inside the apartment that's come down the stairs, like a girlfriend maybe, and she's like, "What's going on?" You know, she's probably heard the story, or maybe he's in the middle of telling her the story about how the friend's car was towed, and you know, you hear the other guy say, "I told her not to park there." Let me
Go ahead
pull
and
this
put
up.
that
Let's
clip
just
up so
play
we
it.
can play it. Yeah.
Yeah, easier to.
Well, be sure to come back, Aries. We'll be here. Yeah, those puppies need to go outside for sure.
All right, check and see if I did this the right way, that the audio will come through. See if you're hearing audio.
Yeah.
You do hear audio?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Go ahead and make it. There you go. I was going to say, go ahead and make it full screen.
There you go.
That really looks like a panoramic view.
Just getting scared. Not to be that guy, but Abby shouldn't park anywhere here. They told her to park at the bottom part of the lot.
Hey, pause it a second, Jeff. Hey, do you remember when these first came out? People were saying that you could see people smoking under the camera, like they were vaping or something, because you could see the smoke.
Hmm.
Do you remember that?
I do remember. Well, I know there was a lot of talk about stuff happening like there in front of the camera, which I don't agree with. But
Like, there's also like right before one of the coworkers passes, somebody does their key fob, like they're either locking their door or they're unlocking it. As he's rounding, you hear a
hmm.
choop choop.
Right, yeah, because I think for the longest time I thought he was maybe nervous and accidentally hit his horn. But yeah, I think you're right. I think
No.
it's another vehicle that somebody's locking the car or unlocking it.
So with this right here, we obviously heard the individual, shaking the sign. Did you enhance the sound at all?
No, I think I did make everything louder. I mean, you can see on the. I always put on the bottom of the screen. So I used a multi-band compressor. That's just to compress, make the quieter sounds a little louder, and the loud
Right.
sounds, puts it in a more of a range, so that you don't have to sit there with your volume knob. It's like, oh, it's quiet, turn it up, and then it's loud, turn it down. So
Right.
a hard limiter just to make sure that anything that really did slam loud doesn't go but to a specific point. It won't go beyond that. And then I did some reduce noises, just putting a little noise reduction to get rid of the noise and the bassy, hiss.
You know what would be awesome if you could get the 1320 camera at this side at the same time and link them up and see if you could hear them stomping up those stairs.
Yeah,
Because if you could
I don't
hear,
think 1220 exists for that camera though. Unfortunately, I don't think the let me I can look at the Linda Lane archive and see. I'm pretty sure it doesn't go back that far. I should have these type of things remembered, but I
but you get what
forgot to
I'm
look.
saying? If you could hear them stomping up those steps, then that would give you a reference as to how clear the sound is from that distance. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
You could tell if the distance would cause more clear sound or if it would get more distorted the further away you got.
Well, there is a car because I was just before you went on live. I was commenting on a video that somebody had done. There's a car that comes around at 1320. You see the headlights on this camera, just like you saw the headlights of this vehicle come. You saw the headlights first hitting everything.
Yeah.
Well, this vehicle that you see on 1320 comes around. You see the headlights on 1330, but it actually, you can see, I think it turns left and parks before you actually see the vehicle on 1330. So that exists where you can compare, the sounds. But probably
Do you
better
know?
sounds are like things like the slamming of the sign, that.
But yeah, I mean, if you could hear them slamming their doors, like that was loud when they got out of the vehicle. I mean, you
Yeah,
said you
unfortunately, you've got 11 on 1320. The only thing I see available that's even close to that is 11:16 p.m. to about 11:30 something is available. 12:43. Shoot, they missed it by like 15 minutes. 12:43 to and that's only about a minute to 12:44. 12:43 to 12:44 is where that car turns around that I believe is a BMW.
so is it on this camera too?
Um, no, I don't think. Let me see. On the 1330 camera.
Because if it's on this camera, we can listen and see if we hear that car turning around.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. We should be able to hear.
And
Now,
that'll give you a sense of distance versus the sound that we hear. If it's clear, if it sounds close, we understand where the car probably turned around at, either by the dumpster, down the hill.
All right, let me pull up the.
Down the hill.
I got that.
Down the hill, Jeff Q.
The down the hill reference. Okay, so go ahead and put this up. This is 1243 on 1320.
So if our theories are correct, you would be able to hear that car on 1330, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Let's see. And now, yeah, and if we use the 1330 that I've got, I did boost the volume. This one right here on the Linda Lane archive, this is, I think, straight out of the camera. I don't think they did anything to boost. But let's just get the exact time. So,
Because you can't hear the car.
just barely 1244.20. 1244.20. I'm hearing it. So let me look on.
That's the getaway driver right there. Remember?
To sound like pop. What? To sound like Pav. Let me pull up old Jeff H's YouTube channel here.
That's the getaway driver right there, Jeff.
Dang it! Stop! I accidentally hit play on the. So 12.
That's true. Good comment. You can't hear the tires, but you can hear the engine rev up after turning around.
Oh wait, we can't use because this is when I did my 1330 Linda Lane camera. The 12 to 1 wasn't available. Mine starts at 1 a.m. So we'll just have to look at it on the Linda Lane archive. This one. So
Okay.
1240. What was it? 1243.20.
1241.
Back.
Just start at 1240. We'll go from there. We know it's that.
I'm pretty sure it was. Wait, hold on. We can find it real quick. So I think that the loudest sounds will probably be as it's taking off, leaving.
Yeah, right there.
So 1244.17 is where we should be hearing it. 1244.17. Oops, come on. All right, 10 seconds. Yeah, I can hear it. Can you hear it? I've got headphones on though.
You kind of hear it, yeah, but it's not loud.
There was actually there was a horn too.
I heard that. I heard like somebody opening their car door or something. I heard that right before.
Let's go back to 1320 and see if we can hear a. Oh, you know what? I got a plug-in that I put in. Let's see if it works for boosting volume in Google Chrome. I've never actually used it. I downloaded it. I thought, oh, this would come in handy for just time as this.
I mean, but surely if you can barely hear a vehicle taking off like that, how are you going to hear a scream? Wouldn't the scream be louder?
Turn on.
I believe the vehicle would be louder. My bad. Coffee's got me crazy.
You know what? It probably doesn't work when I'm on a live stream. That's probably why. Let's see if we can pick up hear the horn. Huh. The horn must have been closer to the 1330 camera,
Yeah.
but it is also very low volume. Damn, the whole reason I downloaded this plugin was to boost it.
So how far is that distance, you would say, from 1330? Do you think it's about 20 feet?
We can look at it on Google Earth. Let me see. Let me bring Google Earth up.
This is what we do, y'all. If y'all have never caught one of our lives, this is what we do. We jump, we go around, we're diving. This is what
Jump
we do.
around.
Jump around. I mean, we do the Mythbusters thing, you know what I mean? Because really, in all actuality, those noises that we heard a while ago, it would be telling that those noises would have been closer to that camera because they were loud, even though it was enhanced sound. They were still pretty clear to me. It sounded like somebody laughing. Ah, ha, 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 ha.
All right, so if you want to bring this up, I can.
It was the cougar.
So let me see. All right, so you can see my mouse. Yeah. Okay.
It was the cougar growling.
So this is the Linda Lane out to Taylor Street that you see on the 1320 camera. 1320 camera is right about there.
Man, that's quite a distance, bro. That is quite a distance.
The 1330 camera is, I think, tucked right up under this. These are the two balconies sticking out right here. So it's probably right about there. Right. But so if we were to measure that distance from here to there, it's 0.2 of a mile or 38 yards away.
I was close. I was close.
And then yeah, so in that video where she's walking up, so she starts walking past this bush right here. Right? She walks, you see the little blue thing? Oh, that's helpful. Yeah.
Right.
So she walks along, walks up here, goes up under the carport, goes in, and then this little cutout here. So this is where the protruding balconies are. Second.
So
and third
make
floor.
a little dot over on 1122 through the two buildings, if you can do that, and see how far that distance is. To see if you would be able to hear.
Oh, to where? Yeah. So the 13. Yeah. Let me just measure from the
1320 to.
So 1330 camera to where the murders happened is 109 yards. So then it's going to be an additional 38 down to the 1320. Let's see. This camera here. I mean, this is just, of course, straight line.
So almost 140 yards?
Yeah, 146 yards.
That's quite a distance, man.
And see, if you look at the line, this is what I always consider, is that looking at the straight line from the camera here at 1330 to where the house was. Actually, I think the back of the house is like right about here.
Right.
So right about there. I mean, any sound that's coming from the house, Xana's room was facing this little house, so sound would have gone out that direction. Now in Maddie's room, of course, was facing the back parking lot, so maybe it could have gone out, the window.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Would that sound had went to the left toward the apartment, or would it have went straight to the tree line?
But her window, her back window faced, this direction to this parking lot.
Right.
Let me use this as a pointer. So her back wall, her wall and window is right here, and it's facing this back parking lot. So any sound would have gone out. If it's going out a window more than a wall, it's going to go straight back this way. Now there is like a retaining wall that runs all along here that sound could probably bounce off of. You know, it could bounce here, bounce back off of the walls, you know, bounce all the way. But see what it's got to come through trees, and it's also got the 1330 building itself is kind of
Right.
in between
That's a lot.
the murder house
That's
and
a
the camera.
lot of that's a lot of real estate right there to have to go through.
And I think a lot of times some of the stuff that we're hearing on the 1330 camera is like, there's probably a lot of parties and just friends that live down here at the Taylor Road Apartments. And from this balcony, it's like you can see down to there. I mean, I'm sure there's very often yelling to friends over at Taylor Road Apartments. Oh, the other thing too, while we're here, because I always forget to mention this, everybody always talks about those 4 people that run in the background of the Banfield, thing. So the Banfield police officers are like right here, right? The fire hydrants there,
Yeah.
their police cars parked. This is where they wrote the tickets. They took the guys off the Banfield, brought them over to here. There's 4 people walking in front of this dumpster right here, right? Walking or running. Maybe 4 people. Why is it that people assume they have to come from the murder house? Why isn't it just as likely they came from the Taylor Road Apartments? These are stairs that come down from the 2nd floor. They could walk and go on over to Sigma Chi. They could come from Queen Road Apartments, walk down here, go past that dumpster, and walk through the shop. I don't understand why they have to come from there.
Wasn't there a party going on at Matt's house or something?
Oh, that
In
the
that-
guys on the Banfield mentioned?
Yeah.
I think
Could
you're
these
right. I think
people
you're
have
right.
been coming from the same damn party? I mean,
Do you know where that was? Where Matt's house is?
Matt's house is back. Go back toward Jack D's house. I
Over
believe
here.
his house is like right.
So this is Jack D's house over here. This little angled
Okay,
house.
Matt's house would be like right.
Is it over here?
I think it's like right behind Jack D's house, off Walenta.
Oh, you mean up in here?
Yeah, it's one of
Oh,
those
okay.
homes. But as we know, there's a set of stairs that goes.
Yeah, and there's like a cut through that goes
Yeah, right
from
there.
back here to get up to Walenta.
Yeah, there's like a flight of stairs that goes down. They used to go through the chain link fence line all the way down to Taylor.
Now, are you like me? Do you know this neighborhood right here better than you know your own neighborhood that you live in?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Pretty much. I have not Google mapped my neighborhood and been like, is there trees along this little ridge right here? Or there's
And then the light bulb camera, of course, is right here on the front of this little house at 1112 King Road. And
well,
so
that's
it's
what I
point-
want to get into next because
Yeah.
I heard of I watch TikTok a lot nowadays, and they were talking about the 1112 camera. How come we've never seen Kaylee and Maddie dropped off? Where did that footage go? How
Right.
come
That
we've
would
never
that would be 156, right?
right? How come we've never seen that? We've never seen that vehicle come in or leave. Is there even footage of that? Did they delete
That's a very
that?
good question. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to remember if somebody that I've watched doing a live stream mentioned trying to obtain that.
I mean,
Yeah,
because
'cause it's-
if you can get that vehicle coming into the neighborhood at 156, there's been a lot of debate. Was that a blue car? Was that a silver sedan? Based on what Showalter said. I just, you know what pisses me off about these eyewitness accounts? It's almost like they're playing games with the police. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to get you in trouble because I know you. So I'm going to give the police a different color vehicle, a silver sedan, when you know damn well it was blue. You get what I'm saying? It sounds like they were just playing a lot of games with the police. I don't know why, but why would they lie about the damn color of the rideshare driver?
I mean, I think it's like, think about what you did last night. You probably saw vehicles. Could you tell me right now what color with accuracy those vehicles are? I mean, you don't know there's going to be a test the next morning. Like, nobody goes to bed at night thinking, I got to remember everything I've seen tonight because tomorrow I have a feeling it's going to be a bad day and I'm going to be expected to remember as much as I can about the night before.
But what are the freaking odds that you mention a freaking silver sedan and there's one on freaking Taylor Road?
Right.
You know what I
right.
mean? That's what makes it so freaking irritating is it's almost like he could have picked any damn color. He could have said brown, he could have said black, he could have said gray, he could have said, turquoise, whatever damn color. He chose silver.
Well, I think this is a situation where you can't win. Because if you say a color and you're wrong, Brian's innocent. If you say, like Dylan did, I think Dylan was just trying to be careful. Look, this is what I remember, but I don't know if I was dreaming, if I imagined it, if I was too drunk. I just letting you know. I'm sharing it because I want to help, but it might not be a dependable memory. I'm just letting you know that. I mean, if that poor girl had any idea that the internet and YouTube would just run her through the mud like they have, if she'd have had just the tiniest thought of that. Also, too, I was thinking about it as I was watching some interview with somebody that I had never even, I think I'd heard their name mentioned, but I can't remember who it is now. It was an interview with somebody. Don't you think that when they go to the police station and they're gonna talk in confidence, like almost like if you're talking to a doctor or psychiatrist, you're
Right.
talking to this police investigator. Are you thinking at any point this audio is going to be on YouTubers' lives, played over and over again, analyzed? They're going to be called an idiot. You're going to be assumed that you're lying. Oh man. I mean, I'm sure none of them. I mean, obviously, the thing that's on their mind is they just want to help. Like the police officers say, which I think is true. Like, if you remember anything, even the smallest thing that seemingly means nothing to you, might be the very thing that we're missing that puts the pieces together that we need. And so share anything and everything, even see something, say something. And in Dylan's case, see something, say something, be drugged through the mud on YouTube, which would cause Jeff H to donate to your GoFundMe because you feel so bad for this poor girl. That
Wow. Well, let me ask you a question since we're on Dylan right now. You and I were having a discussion the other night, right? And we're talking about the Vampire Diaries. And we're talking about that little scene where people say, it's okay, I'm going to help you. That guy is saying that. The girl is crying and whimpering.
Do you want to see that, or are you concerned about copyright strike?
I'm concerned about copyright.
Okay.
I mean, you're my witness. Okay, you're my witness.
I'll put it when maybe tomorrow afternoon I might have time. I'll put it on my YouTube channel.
Okay, y'all can go check that out on Jeff's YouTube channel.
That wasn't planned. That wasn't like set it up for me like an alley-oop, like playing basketball. I set it up to you, get everybody to go to Jeff's YouTube channel.
I didn't take it that way, but
I'm
we
just
were
kidding.
talking about that in the background. For most of you that have watched the body cams of the officers going up the stairs, and even the still photos that you've seen of the living room, you do understand that TV is still on. When they're going up the stairs, when they're taking photos, that TV is showing a Roku type screensaver. So that lets you know that TV probably played through some kind of series, or it played long enough to boot whatever off that app. Because on Netflix, it tells you, are you still watching? You don't answer, it boots you off, right?
Right.
So
right.
could they have been watching Vampire Diaries? Dylan heard this and mistook it for real life. I'm not making this up. Think about this logically, all right? Could she have been in her room and heard whimpering? Okay. Once again, sound travels, right? That TV is facing more toward the bathroom than it would be coming straight ahead toward her room. So if it's bouncing off the walls, it could be theoretically sounding like it's coming from the bathroom. The whimpering, okay?
Very true. Yeah.
And then you hear, it's okay, I'm going to help you. Which in that clip that Jeff is talking about, the individual does say that. So there's the male voice. So
Yeah,
is there-
the girl is laying on the ground in the woods, and the guy comes up as if I haven't never watched the show, so I don't know what's going on with the characters. But the guy
Right.
comes up. I think he startles the girl, and she's like getting frantic and freaking out a little, and he says to her, "No, no, 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 no." It's I think he says it twice. He says, "I'm here to help you," and then he says, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." And then he says right after that, he says, "Caroline, she's over here," like I guess yelling out to somebody else that they found her. And then the girl stabs him. So I think I don't know. Is he a vampire? I don't. It does part of it makes me want to go watch the show so I can know what the heck is going on. But that was an interesting point. I remember I was on the phone with you when you said that, and I was like, I hadn't thought of that the actual show is playing at that actual moment. I was thinking it was just a memory that she had when she watched it earlier in the night, and she blended a memory of a TV show with real things going on, and she's drunk and she's sleepy, and
Well,
that's kind of
if you were in your room, Jeff, and your kids were watching TV in the living room, and you heard whimpering or you heard that statement, would you believe that there was somebody in their house, or would you think, oh, that's the TV? If you were 19 years old, would you confuse that if you were coming out of a sleep? A drug-induced or alcohol-induced
alcohol
sleep?
induced. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but it seems to me, though, the moment she ran downstairs to Bethany's room, it seems like she would have heard the TV on and thought, oh, that what I heard was the TV. Because there's
it
not
could've
just
shut off.
voices.
It could have shut off by that point.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know where that is in the episode. If it's right before the end of the episode and it ends and Roku goes to its purplish looking home screen.
My Roku does that. But we never turn the TV off. Too hard keeping track of the remote for it. So it does do that.
Yeah, so if anybody's got the series or I've only got a short clip of that episode, but it's season 8, episode 12. And so I don't know where that scene happens, whether it's in the beginning, middle, or end of that episode. But if it happens at the end, and she heard that, because, I mean, believe me, there have been times where I've got my phone in my pocket, in the car, maybe I was watching a YouTube video or something, and then I put it in my pocket, and I go shopping or something, I accidentally bump it, and it starts playing, and I think there's a voice of some guy, behind me. I was like, what? Who said that? And then I realized, oh, my phone is...
I do the same thing. Or I hear music playing. I'm like, where the hell's that coming from?
Right. It's like, yeah, you're walking, and it's like, wait, the music should be getting quieter it's the same volume as I'm walking. Oh, it's coming from me.
Well, I mean, it makes sense if we're going to go that directive, that would make more sense than her not knowing whose voice that was.
Yeah, if you think about her description of the voice, it she said it didn't sound like a voice she recognized. She said it didn't sound, I think she kind of said it didn't sound too friendly. I was just looking,
that girl is whimpering.
I don't know if you want to see Officer Nuna's body cam where you can see. I was just looking to see how clearly you could see the Roku screen.
I mean, that makes more sense to me than anything. But hell, I'm being biased right now. You know what I mean?
You know, don't you believe anybody can be biased?
See, the TV's on.
But oops, wait, I meant to go frame by frame backwards. Here we go. It's
Yeah,
hard
it's
to
on.
tell, but I
See
mean
it?
that's a purplish screen, which I do believe is Roku. Let me see if it's clearer later.
See, look, it's facing more her room. Almost.
Yeah, let's look at the angle of it. Yeah, this it's at a 45 degree in the corner of the wall, so the sound is coming out at an angle.
Yeah.
It's right. It'd be out like it'd be bouncing off walls over here. If you're thinking of like, you know, sound and light bounce off of objects like billiards, if the shot comes from here outward, goes across, bounces off this wall, and then bounces to where her door is, I mean, that would make sense.
I mean, why wouldn't that make sense that you would confuse the TV for real life? I mean, that sounds dumb, but it's probable.
It's not dumb like parachuting onto the roof of the of the house and doing the crime. That was offered up, right? Tunnels under the house. You know, it definitely looks like a purple screen on the TV there. I mean, the still photos show it with much more detail. Because
Yes, it
when I
does.
first saw that, I don't have a Roku, so I didn't know what the heck that screen was. I was taking it into Google, saying, "What? Show me what is
Yeah,
this
it's a
image?"
Roku. It's
And
a
then it said Roku.
What's weird is I came into my house and my TV was on one day with that screen on. Like, what the hell? The ghost was watching Roku, bro.
Yeah, we were in a Thai restaurant the other night, and I looked in the as where I'm sitting in the reflection of the window of a TV that's behind me in the next room. I see the Roku thing. It's like, oh shoot, that's it. That's the thing. Because it took me a while to figure out what it was.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody that's got a Roku is like, oh, that's Roku. You know, obviously.
I mean, right there. Go back. Just a little bit. Right there. Yeah, that's a purple screen for sure. Like you said, the photos they do it more justice than
Yeah, you can see it with very much detail in the photos.
yeah, because they get a close up of the TV. So, what's your thought on the knife that Emily found, or they found
This one
a
here.
knife at the top of the stairs?
Yeah, I mean, this one on the table right there. Now, if you listen closely, now you see, let me go back. It's not there at first. And the other officer, not the one with the camera, but the other officer, you can hear that officer tell Hunter something like, why don't you give me the knife, or you better give me the knife. And then you hear a sound, which I think the sound is him placing it on the table. Actually, let's see. You want to
I
listen
think the
to?
conflicting thoughts is supposedly that knife was at the top of the stairs. Hunter Johnson supposedly went into the kitchen, grabbed a steak knife, and then came back out with it. I think what they're freaking out about is how is it the same knife?
Yeah, see,
Like,
it's
what
not
was
here
it?
at this point, but I'm thinking, I mean, it looks like it could be in his pocket there, maybe.
Yeah, we've discussed that as well. Is that a
But
knife?
it is interesting, though. She said it was at the top of the stairs, so maybe initially he had put it at the top of the stairs. Maybe a lot of maybes. I mean,
Could he
but
have possibly grabbed it from the kitchen, put it at the top of the stairs, walked down, and then came back up and grabbed it? I mean,
let me see. It's not like it's at. Is that it there?
is that a knife, or are you just happy to see it?
Because I mean, if maybe it was sitting at the top of the stairs, and then he thought this is worth mentioning. He picks it up, puts it in his pocket to mention it.
But why would
I
he
don't know.
pick it up? Why would he
It's-
pick it up?
That's hard to tell if that's a knife or not. I don't know.
Where did she say it was at the top of the stairs? Right there?
See,
I don't
next
see
to the orange bag is covering it now. Now it's not. See, it goes
I
behind the
don't
orange bag.
see a knife.
See, next to see, there's a can. Like this is what I'm suggesting could be. Is this a knife? The same knife? I don't know. You
But
can't really get a.
once again, Jeff, I believe people get so fixated on every little detail, they forget about real life. How many damn knives are in this house? You get what I'm saying? Would that have been the only knife in the house that killed these people? Was the knife at the top of the
Right,
stairs?
and I'm sure they tested that knife for anything as well. But you know, I don't know. I
Unlike,
guess I do
unlike
try to ask.
the
I do try to ask myself. I don't want to be biased too much to assume that just every thought has got to fit into Brian's guilty. All these people are innocent.
of
But
course,
it seems like from the Pro Burgers perspective, it's the complete opposite. Their thoughts can have a tendency to be biased towards
yeah,
Brian is innocent. All these
every
people,
little thing, yeah.
anybody within earshot of this house or 100 miles is guilty. You know.
Hell, it's gone to even Spokane and freaking.
I'm sure they haven't done a video yet, but I'm sure somebody's going to do a video where the fire hydrant at Taylor Avenue caused this murder. The fire hydrant did it.
There's only one Asian person in Pullman. There's only one dog in this neighborhood. There's only one car that looks like Brian's, and it's green.
Hey, let me check on something. I texted my son to get the food out of the oven, but he didn't text back. Let me just make sure. That was like it should have been out like 20 minutes ago.
Okay, I'm gonna put a video up while you're gone. How's everybody doing? Y'all still hanging with us? I hope you are, because we're just discussing a lot of things tonight. And we're really just going through a lot of memory. Nothing really trying to debunk anything. We're merely just talking. Let me see what the history is. I don't know what it is about Sha'Carri Richardson. Today I just kept watching her running, and I was just mesmerized. Let me see what that video is. This right here. I'm going to give, almost called her Adriana. I'm going to call her Viviana. Jeff has a video playing here. I don't know if he meant that to play. Let me put the one I'm going to put up here.
Oh, sorry about that. Did I leave the video running?
Let's listen to Viviana. I almost called her Adriana.
Yo, Adriana.
I like this video. This is a good one. This is will the real Eric Gower please stand up? This is a big topic right now. Eric Gower, the rideshare driver, and we're just discussing the blue Prius that we've seen in a video at the Grub Truck. But there was an interview done with Eric Gower that Viviana believes, and I believe at this point, wasn't Eric Gower. Why that dude did the interview, I don't know. Who was it? We don't know. But let's listen to Viv.
Okay, this is an open invitation, an open letter to Anjanette Levy and Alex Capriello to come forward and let the public know who they actually interviewed when they claim that they interviewed the private driver that took Kaylee and Maddie home the morning of November 13th, 2022. Because nothing in those interviews that you did matches with the real Eric Gower, who is listed in the legal documents as being the private driver. So if you could possibly let us know, did you check ID? Did you match up that it was actually this person talking to you? Was the interview done over the phone or was it done in person? Did you see his face?
I mean, none of this really matters other than why would this person go to these people and do an interview if he really wasn't the one we're talking about? Because there's a lot of people that have been all over this.
It's a little bit like the Papa Roger mystery. Like, who is Papa Roger? Who is the guy
Right.
they interviewed, is she saying?
I mean, if you're going to interview a guy, wouldn't you want credentials? Like, bro, this supposedly is a retired man that lives in Pullman that does this ride share for extra money. The real Eric Gower works at the University of Idaho. Has a family. Let's listen to Viv.
Because there's a lot of questions going around about this. Let's get started. So we'll start with this highlighted part here that I put. The man who did not want his name used read the affidavit charging Brian Koberger with felony burglary and 4 counts of first-degree murder, except his name was unredacted in the affidavit that was released on the Pennsylvania website. So his name was already out there. And I would assume he knew that. So that's interesting that he's saying he didn't want to be named. And then he said he was surprised but exceptionally glad that some form of resolution is forming. He said he was somewhat stunned to learn that Koberger, who maintains he did not commit the murders, lived near him in Pullman, Washington. But that's interesting because Gower, the real Eric Gower, lives in Moscow, Idaho. And
What do you think about that, Jeff? What do you think about that? You think that just more smokescreen and mirrors? What do you think?
Wait, what did she say? Because I was closing a bunch of windows trying to make my system run a little faster.
Did you burn the food?
Huh? No, it's delicious. You want some?
Sure.
It's like a
No,
Stouffer's chicken bake.
Okay, she
Pretty good.
said that one of them lives in Moscow, who's a teacher. The other one lives in Pullman. He didn't want his name he didn't want his name out there, but then they left his name unredacted on the Pennsylvania affidavit. Plus, what else did she say? Oh, he supposedly lived 1,200 feet from Koberger's residence.
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing an article about that. I mean, could it be somebody that just wanted to be part of the story? Or could it be somebody that could he have possibly given a ride to 2 girls that he thought are the same girls that that he thought were Kaylee and Maddie, but they weren't? Maybe he was mistaken and doesn't know any better. I don't know.
You know what's jacked up is we've had so many people impersonating so many people, and then people get pissed off because they want the truth, but they're in the mix of these people impersonating these people. Yes, I know Brian. Yes, I know this person. Yes, I know that person. Oh, by the way, it's Brian Koberger calling you. Don't tell anybody, though. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
all these individuals want truth and justice, but then they have somebody calling in going, hey, I'm so-and-so, I do this, I do that, I run this, I run that. But yet, it has no credibility whatsoever. But at the same time, people want justice, people want this and that, but they feed into these narratives, as they call them, that have no kind of logic or reality, you know?
Well, a lot of when you're a YouTuber, I guess you feel you've got a show to put on. The show must go on. You need content for the show. You gotta keep it going. I mean, I don't think that you're that way. You got more important things that are, that define your life. But I imagine there are some that all there is their YouTube channel, and what are they going to do next? And you can tell by how many they lose subs. Like it's the end of the world. It's like
I can't imagine living that life. I can't. It's like, oh my God, I gotta think of a show that topped last night's show.
Right. Well, a lot of people talk about too, like once news went 24-hour, used to be on it in the evening news. Like we found out our news in the evening. And then it went to 24-hour news, and then it's like, well, surely there are times where like, guys, we got nothing. There's nothing happening. What are we going to do? We're 24-hour news. We got to be reporting something. Go find something. Heck, make up something if you have to.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go
push somebody into traffic and then do a story about it.
Let's go do a feel-good story. Let's hear what Viv has to say.
Has lived in Moscow, Idaho. He's never lived in Pullman. So this doesn't match up at all. Says he lived 1,200 feet from my front door. I spent 6 weeks trying to convince my wife there was not a threat and that I was wrong. Except he didn't live 1,200 feet from Koberger. As I said, the real Eric Gower lives in Moscow. Also, his wife works for Moscow police. So it seems a little weird he would be spending 6 weeks trying to convince his wife there wasn't a threat.
So who the hell was this guy?
Twizzle. It was Twizzle.
And
Jeanette, did he have a beard? Did he have a beard?
Didn't JLR break this story?
What about the name of the
Eric
rideshare
Gower,
driver?
yeah, the rideshare driver.
Yeah,
I
don't
thought
know.
he broke this story. What if it was JLR calling?
Maybe it was
and Jeanette.
What's the guy Joseph? He edited the audio from somebody's. He took somebody's audio and he put it.
See what I mean? There's so many freaking people, man. So many people jacking with everything, and then all of a sudden, people have content for days. See, this doesn't match up.
Yeah.
I think this is bullshit myself. As far as whoever called Anjanette and that other person, I think they should have been vetted a little better because they should have known these two stories would be not matching up.
Joseph Morris says it. Thank you, PK.
Does it mean that one of them was lying? Obviously, the one that lived 1,200 feet from Koberger was lying.
Well, it's like I think you might have been alluding to it with my friend T-Rev, who had the guy call in, and it became a big story. That could that have been Koberger? And I truly believe that T-Rev didn't mean any harm by that, because it was actually one of somebody in the chat the next day that said, that guy that called in towards the end of the show the night before, that guy was a little weird. He was saying some weird things. Do you think that could have been Koberger? That's how it originated. And then it kind of spread like wildfire. But the thing that I can't help but think about is that guy, I think it was like a month later, he went on Hidden True Crime to be interviewed. He could have gone to T-Rev right away and said, "Hey man, no, I'm not Koberger. My name is such and such. You got my phone number." T-Rev had to look through went back through all these records to try and find the phone number that called so he could try and track the guy down. But that guy waited for a month. He loved all the attention for a month. He's watching. Everybody thinks that call that I did was Koberger. This is awesome. Now he's on Cuomo. T-Rev's being interviewed on Cuomo on News. I think it was News Nation. Is that the channel? But why did he wait for a month? Because just like we're talking about, could that have been what happened with this rideshare guy who maybe wasn't the actual rideshare guy, but portrayed himself as,
This could have been Eric Gower's buddy, for all we know.
Hard to tell. No, but Viviana makes a good point. It's like, well, show, what you know about who you interviewed.
I think
I mean,
goes
wouldn't
to
you-
reference on what you said. If we don't have anything, it's a slow night. Hey, didn't you get a phone call from somebody that said they were a rideshare driver? Yeah, let's run with that. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm good with it. Let's see what Viv has to say.
Then this next part says the driver spends much of his day shuttling people around town. Except that's not true either. That's not what he does for a job. The real Eric Gower works as a trio coordinator for University of Idaho, so the high school outreach program, and he was also getting his PhD during that time as well. So his job was not driving around town. That was something he was doing in the evening as a University of Idaho employee, that they would help out. Another University of Idaho employee had explained it to me that they would rotate with different employees that volunteered to help drive students home at night after they've been drinking. So that wasn't his job. He didn't spend days shuttling people around town. So who is this person that you interviewed? And talking about how he was keeping an eye out for the car, and claims he spotted it at Koberger's apartment building. So what was he doing driving around in Pullman looking for the car? Did he really call the tip line? Did he really write down the license plate number, the real Eric Gower, or is it this person who turned it in that talked to you? Here's another thing that doesn't make sense to me. It says after learning the names of the student victims, he said he went to Moscow police and provided a receipt showing he'd purchased fast food after dropping them off. But the thing is, the murders didn't happen until after 4 a.m. So if he went and got fast food right after dropping them off, how would that be an alibi?
Yeah, this is the guy that said he got fast food at Taco Bell after he dropped the girls off. Also, God, man, I can see why people get delusional with these cases. I really do. I really do.
Maybe he owned the Taco Bell and was trying to get a little more business, injecting Taco Bell into the story.
Remember that they were even saying the DoorDash driver was a big old fat guy. It was.
Oh yeah, they showed a picture.
Yeah, it wasn't a female with black hair with a big old fat Slav guy that was fired for eating the food or eating some of the food.
Right.
I swear it never ceases.
That
to
was
make
the
me-
yeah, that was the YouTuber that went to the Jack in the Box and went in there, right, and yeah, talked to them.
I mean, honestly, if you had, let's say, 10, 15 people a day or in a month that come into Jack in the Box and they all ask the same question, at what point are you going to get together with your buddy and say, let's start messing with these people. Let's start giving them some random descriptions, okay? Sure,
Right.
I'll go with it. And then you say, okay, Jeff, I'm going to say it's a big old fat guy that eating the food and he's not come back since.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that it wasn't a guy dressed in an ape costume
With a wooden leg.
with one leg.
We call him Hoppy. Do you ever watch the IT Crowd? There's a scene in the IT Crowd where the guy goes into he's in a movie theater or a theater, and he uses the handicapped restroom, and he thinks he's pulling the thing to flush the toilet, but he's pulling the thing that calls for help. And so they're outside the door and they're banging like, "Do you need help? Are you okay?" And he's like, and he's in the bathroom, and he's just, all he can think to say is, "I'm disabled. I'm disabled." And they bust in and they find him on the ground, and he basically makes up a story. And they said, "Who stole your wheelchair?" And he says a man with red hair and glasses. And then they end up, the cops find a guy with red hair and glasses in the movie theater, and they say, "Sir, can you come over here? We'd like to ask you a few questions." It's just, I mean, I think about that when I think about this kind of subject, you know, false
Of course,
false
kind of
information.
like that psychic that was saying she saw a man with red hair that could have symbolized blood, that he was fascinated by blood, and she saw a man with red hair coming into the residence. I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. There were
Right.
so many freaking suspects, but none of these people ever made it to the police department to be interrogated or become a suspect. They weren't interviewed that we know of.
Right. And
None of these.
didn't Detective Payne even go to like the trouble of testing to see at night the color cast of the lights there to see if that could explain how you know, a car's color could be influenced by the color of the light? I know. See, I can talk about it and say that's a great job, Payne. That's awesome. You are like, obviously you're leaving no stone unturned. You ask somebody on the other side, they can't even hear you talk about it. Did you say Payne? They're like, oh my gosh, that's like telling somebody that's an atheist, like, I read this thing in the Bible. Shut up! I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear anything. You know, we hate the Bible. We hate Payne. You know, our opinion is already solidified. We can't. And they call themselves open-minded, so you know they can't even hear it. They don't see the
Hey, she
possibility.
slay, or Shay slays. Try saying that 3 times.
No doubt.
Candyman, Candyman, Candyman.
Don't do that. Beetlejuice.
I mean, honestly, so this dude stopped at Taco Bell officially, got some Taco Bell. That was his alibi. You know why this is so suspicious to other people? It's because what was this dude making all this shit up for? Why was he interjecting himself in this murder investigation?
Right.
You get what I'm saying? I see where they see that. I'm not above seeing that. But still, whoever it was, I'm sure the police got to the bottom of it.
Right.
Or do you not believe he was... Or did they fumble that too? Did they just say, go eat your Taco Bell, you're good?
Well, it kind of makes you wonder too, is like, if somebody gets a thought like, oh, this could be fun. Let me just be a part of this story. And then they realize, in being a part of the story, they're now they got eyes looking on them as if, could this be the killer? It's like, oh crap, shoot, I'm not having fun with this anymore. Oh, by the way, did I mention I went to Taco Bell? Whew, man, I'm glad I went to Taco Bell.
Right. I mean, because he supposedly had a receipt and everything. He was showing a receipt. Kind of like that Jeremy guy. He went and got the DNA. I thought for a fact, man, that's a shady shit right there. Why is he going to get DNA? Nobody asked him for his damn DNA. Why is he going to get DNA?
Right.
Nobody asked him for it. The dude's like, I'll go get a buccal swab. No worries. I'll even pay for it. Bro, why are you stressing? Why are you stressing out like that? Nobody.
He's probably like, he's touching the glass. Here, fingerprints all over it. Take it.
You know what I mean?
He probably watched his interview, and he thought, "Oh my gosh, I really come off just like Stephen McDaniel." It's like they're going to suspect me. Didn't he remind you of that guy a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jar went to Taco Bell around 3 a.m., so that's no alibi. Well, this person supposedly dropped them off and then went to Taco Bell. Gave his DNA and bought protection. He bought some condoms? Not that kind of protection.
Not that kind of protection.
Okay. Let's see what Viv has to say. Come on, Viviana, talk to us.
That's another sign to me that this is not the real Eric Gower that you interviewed. It sounds like this person was just using things that were in the news before the affidavit actually came out. And so it sounds like this person really believed the murders took place right after the girls got dropped off, and not what we learned when the affidavit came out, that it actually happened after 4 a.m. The next thing that's a red flag is he says for sometime afterward he felt guilt because he had driven Mogen and Gonsalves home that night, only to learn days later that they had been killed. How did he only learn that days later when his wife works for Moscow police? You would think that this is something he would have known about immediately. Also, he's an employee of University of Idaho, which means he also would have gotten the vandal alert text message, because not just students get that, employees get that too. And all staff would have had
Yeah, this dude that called in was full of shit, bro. He was full of shit. I mean, Viv's on to something. He was full of shit. Like she said on this, go ahead.
He also wasn't the Steve Gonsalves made it sound like, they know this rideshare driver. They're kind of like
Yes.
he's almost like a friend of the family type of a situation.
How come he didn't mention Dylan texting him at 2:03 asking him to come back and pick him up to go get Grub Truck?
Right.
How come he didn't
right.
mention that in the interview?
See, and that's the kind of thing, would you agree? That's why police don't reveal everything. The fact that they didn't reveal that to the public, and then he's trying to pretend he's the rideshare driver, he doesn't have that piece of information because the police held back on that information. So when he tries to claim he's the one, it's like, well, wait, he didn't mention that. And if they question him about it, I'm sure he'd be like, oh, shoot. Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about that.
You got me.
Yeah. All
Good
right,
point.
I was telling a fib.
Good point. Well, why would you want to implicate yourself in something you had nothing? I mean, I get the notoriety stuff, but
Well, it's like in the Charlie Kirk situation, that old guy who was a, they referred to him as an obstructionist, and they were dragging him out of there, and he's like known. He was actually, I think he went to court for making some wild claims about putting, boom boom stuff at the finish line of a rally or race. He's clearly he wants to be part of the story.
right.
So maybe it's a similar situation.
So this guy, can you imagine him being interviewed and go, so tell me about the text message you received about 2:00. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Right.
What text message? Are you sure you didn't receive a text message at 2:03?
What you talking about, Willis?
Right. And at that point, his story just falls apart. No, this guy doesn't know shit.
I used to have the damn story, the article about, where he was claiming he lived. How many feet did you say from Koberger?
Well,
I think it was a Fox News.
I was getting this guy confused with Christian Martinez, the guy that actually lived close to Koberger. And his wife was scared of Koberger also. I was getting this guy and him confused because supposedly the guy who fingered the Elantra, or pointed the finger at it. Sorry about that. Pointed the finger at it. That's why the kid should be in bed at this point. Damn it.
Finish that sentence, please.
When he pointed the finger at the Elantra, supposedly his wife was scared of Koberger. She wouldn't come out because she was scared of Koberger. So Christian Martinez's wife is scared of Koberger. This dude's wife is scared of Koberger. Does that sound like a coincidence, or does that sound like possibly this could have been the guy calling in the tip?
It's funny, don't you? Isn't it weird how it's like it's to the point where you feel. Well, for the longest time, whenever we talked about anything with Koberger, we always say allegedly. It's like a disclaimer. We got to say allegedly, right? And then, so I think that makes, I even still feel like don't want to say anything too bad about him because, we respect the Constitution, of course, we all do. And he's innocent until proven guilty. But now, he's taking the plea deal, and now we can talk about him the way that the pro-burgers talk about Dylan, about so. But it's funny, I still feel like, you hold back a little bit. But as you're talking about how he's described by many people, I mean, it's, that, when the story seems that consistent across many people, even to the point where a professor is saying, we gotta be careful of, you give this guy a PhD, he's going to be the one that's going to be, I don't want to say the wrong words, but putting pressure on females and it's going to be a problem. That police officer that would have hired him in Pullman, he was like, no, this guy is not a people person, and it's not a good fit. He was basically saying this guy is too awkward and weird for the job we would need him to do.
So you brought an interesting point. Then we'll get back to this. You brought up a good point when you said Stephen McDaniel. I compared this case to Stephen McDaniel's case, almost freaking identical, but he was weird. Mm-hmm. He didn't have very many friends. He was one of those, when he was giving that interview to that reporter, did you not get such a weird vibe off him?
Yeah.
Did you not, or did you think, oh, this guy he's just a normal Joe.
Yeah, he was trying to sound like a friend who was concerned about where she could be. And then when it was like, when he's confronted with the reporter asking him, well, what do you think about the body parts they found in the trash can? Which he knows who put them there. It's like, he's like, I got to go sit down.
I got to go sit down. Yeah, that is the guy that almost passed out when the reporter's like, no, come back. I'm not through interviewing you. No, I need a moment. I need some air.
But yeah, it's a good case study to examine and look into, because didn't she was like on the second floor, I think, and he had taken a selfie stick or some stick, put a camera on it. A broomstick, yeah, and he put his camera on it.
Yeah, it was like this outside of a window.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I feel like there's a very good chance that the strongest motivator in a lot of this is just that male desire, the sexual desire, the pervertedness that happens with a lot of guys, and then when it's something, it's kind of like somebody who needs a cigarette and can't get a cigarette. They're a mess.
And then he didn't even have sex with her once he broke into her home. He strangled her.
Yeah.
He didn't even complete the deal. He strangled her.
Right. Didn't she fall off the bed, and he would and then he kept going after her onto the floor,
and then he chopped her up.
Yeah. That's messed up.
It is messed up. I mean, to be stalking her to the point where you break into her home and she said, "Stephen, what are you doing?" And he put the pillow over her face and starts strangling her.
That's right. I forgot about that part. Yeah, she knew him.
Nobody heard her scream. Nobody heard her scream. Nobody heard any of that. Hell, they didn't even hear the freaking sawzall or whatever he used, a hacksaw, to chop her up.
Right.
So this make-believe policy that you're going to hear every little bump in the night and you're going to know exactly what that sound is. I hear sounds all night long. You know what I assume they are? Raccoons.
Oh, now don't put that out there. There's going to be a video. They're going to say, I hadn't thought of that. 12 gauge is onto something. Let's run with that. It was raccoons that did it. Raccoons and their friend the unicorn with the sharp horn. They did it together.
You know what? The
Those
raccoon
are
was,
the alternate
the
suspects.
raccoon was straddling the cougar, coming up Linda Lane,
Yep. Yep.
and as the cougar approached the dumpster, he morphed into a man.
Yeah.
And the man, the little bright light that you see that could be a cell phone or a lighter, that's actually his energy morphing him completely into that man and finishing the job so he can walk as a day walker along the building and then vanish from camera sight, never to be seen again.
Raccoon by day, man by night.
And then the little bugs that you saw flying around, they were taking.
They were trying to warn us.
They were,
There's the guy. He's going that way.
where did he go, boys? That way. Green Elantra. Green Elantra.
The bugs flying in a direction to alert us to where the danger is reminds me of like in Jurassic Park when all those little dinosaurs are running and they're like, well, they only run like that when they're being chased by a predator. You know.
Raccoon riding on the cougar.
A rocky raccoon.
Man, there's no sexual overtone. There's no innuendo. Take the kid to bed already. I told you. Let's finish.
I think
this.
too. Don't you feel like okay, so sometimes on the other side they'll say, well, we're not a pro burger channel. We're just upset about the investigation. You know, it's the investigation that we think is shady. I think that things can look shady if you hate law enforcement from the start, boom, that bias is you're going to reach the conclusions that we would expect you to reach. But I think if you're forgetting that they go from a blank slate, they got a blank wall and they put a pin and then they start stretching like little red yarn or string to could it be this person, could it be this suspect? They start with a blank wall and they're trying to solve a mystery. And I think we come along, or some of us come along after, with hindsight. It's like, well, they should have known this. They should have known. Well, when the moment Dylan mentioned something about a vacuum, they should have known. The balaclava, they should have known this. They should have known that. I mean, they're putting it all together in real time. And it, part of me thinks it's like it sucks. I'm actually kind of proud to be one of the only ones sometimes when I go in that chat where I say, I applaud law enforcement for solving a very hard to solve crime. This guy knew how to make it a hard to solve crime. He knew what he was doing.
Get out of here, Jeff H.
Jeff H., you're an idiot.
You're an idiot. Nobody likes you. Get out.
It's like,
why are you here?
I remember the guy who recently called me an idiot. It's like, man, I've been knowing you for years and years. I've never called you a name, but I'm on your live for like 5 minutes and you're already calling me an idiot. It's like you don't have any control over your tongue can't you? If you don't have something nice to say, don't say nothing at all. Isn't that what Mom always said?
Have you seen Joe Dirt?
Yeah, I love that movie.
Get out of here. Nobody likes you.
Oh my gosh, is that in that movie? That is such a YouTube chat room. Oh my gosh, that's perfect.
Get out of here.
I gotta find that clip.
Nobody wants you here.
Man, that is so Twizzle. Twizzle would say that in all the chat rooms that I would go in as if it had any effect. It's like, I wish I would have thought that. It's like, are you watching Joe Dirt?
Get out of here, Jeff. Nobody wants you here. Okay.
What is Ali saying about the scene from Vampire Diaries?
I know I'm behind in the comments, but I don't think Dylan thought I'm here to help you within the Vampire Diaries, because when Brian said it, he sounded menacing where the character did. When the scene was playing in the Vampire Diaries, it was hours before she heard Brian seeing it in the house. Okay. We're just talking, but we do know that she was watching Vampire Diaries hours before,
But what we were suggesting was that it stayed on. Like I could say I was watching Seinfeld hours ago, but I left the TV on, and then now stuff's going on in the house, and I open the door, and I hear like, come on, I'm trying to think of a good like Seinfeldism, and I can't think of one. And I hear, but I don't want to be a pirate. And then I think that's somebody in the house saying. That's what we're suggesting, that that it stayed on playing episode after episode after episode. So.
Wow.
But I really do. I mean, I thought that was interesting theory that you said 12 gauge, but there's still part of me that thinks like you would have heard the music soundtrack in the background. You would have. I think at some point, if that's how it happened, I think she would have like, oh wait, that's just the TV.
Here's
Even
another-
drunk, I think she would have remembered that.
Here's another one. Read the
No
room.
soup for you.
Read the room, Jeff.
Or George Costanza, having sex on his desk. Was that wrong?
No soup for you, Jeff. Hey. Hello, Newman.
Or like Kramer, hey, ass man, hey.
The programmer just wants to still think that Brian did not do it, so they're saying she heard that from the show when it was hours later. That makes sense. Let's finish this up, and then we'll keep talking.
So just going out to them about how to handle classes and everything else for the upcoming week. So again, doesn't sound like this is the real Eric Gower you talk to. Now, this makes no sense either, because in the previous article, he says he didn't learn about it for days. But in this one, it says, when I saw the news on Monday, it occurred to me I was in the neighborhood, but that was before they'd released any names. Well, they released the names on Monday, so I'm not quite sure what he's talking about. They did an official news, not the news conference yet, but the press release. They put out a press release on Monday with the names of the 4 victims. So then he goes, as soon as I knew for sure it was the girls, I went to police. But again, his wife works for Moscow police, so you'd think he would have known all that. It's not adding up. It's not making sense. And here we go again. He said he swiftly was eliminated from inquiries, having provided officers with a wealth of data and a timed receipt from the Taco Bell to where he went after dropping the girls back home. Except Taco Bell was not open at the time the murders took place. Jack in the Box is the only restaurant around Pullman, Moscow that was still open. So a receipt from Taco Bell wouldn't have been an alibi. Again, this sounds like somebody who was not the actual driver, who went to the media pretending to be him. And because they thought that the original news reports of the murders occurring around 3 a.m. was when it actually happened.
What if this was Kohberger trying to throw off the police by calling in and saying all this stuff? I believe he wanted to get caught, bro. I really do. I mean, I know a lot of people believe that he didn't intentionally leave the sheath, but you do all this work just to drive the getaway car and leave the biggest piece of information, or the biggest piece of evidence that's going to tie you to a murder.
Right. And which is it? Are you brilliant, like the professors that recommended you to the program are saying, or are you an idiot that you would take a plea deal for a horrific crime that you didn't do? And if you didn't do it and you were just part of it, what the heck? Why not? All you've got to do is give up a name, and then all the attention shifts away from you to this other person, or it stays on both of you. But I mean, the thing is I don't know. It's not that many people, I don't think, that have the ability to, like, you've got to talk somebody into doing something like this. Hey man, I got its plan. Are you in with me? You want to do this? And then after the plan, and after it says, maybe neither of you have done it before, and you're like, oh my gosh, that was horrific. That was awful. And maybe, what if the one guy is like, I feel bad about what we did. It's like, I'm going to tell. It's like, no, you're not. You're not going to tell. And
Yeah, no, you're not. I'll kill you too.
I don't know. I just don't. I see this as being something that you do alone.
I don't see.
This
I
is
don't
like,
see Brian keeping quiet if somebody else was with him.
well, it's very much. We were talking about how this is probably sexually motivated in some sense, right? And just like pornography is sexually motivated, but isn't that something that is kind of a secret you keep in the dark? You nobody else knows but you, right? And when you're confronted with it, I'm sure you're like denying, you're right. It's I see it as so similar. Why do I feel like whenever this is why this subject rarely gets talked about, because if you as you talk about it, you feel like everybody's like, "Are you talking about yourself?" It's like, no, I'm just saying in general, most guys understand this thing. It's not a but it's very similar. It's an ugly secret that is kept in the background. And now I'm not saying murder and that is exactly the same.
You're talking
But
about the sexual perversion. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, so well, sexual perversion, just in the same way he would keep his sexual perversions that don't involve death a secret. He would deny it. He would, who's to say it crosses the line from perversion to an awful plan? Who knows if the plan went as planned, but if it just went off the rails? Because, you think about what's his name, the stepdad that killed the girl. Is her name also Maddie Stearns? Steven Stearns.
Okay, yeah.
That guy, it's sexual perversions. He had all those photos in his phone, those awful things he did with that poor little girl. And then I think it seemed to me it's like one of those things when she's old enough to tell other people about what happened. What does he do? He does something awful to get rid of to again keep his perversion secret, or at least he thought.
Well, I
So
mean, Brian's search history is out there. I mean, no telling what those poor people saw that were. I mean, that's the thing about investigators. They see the most horrific shit on the planet. Can you
yeah,
imagine going and breaking into Brian's hard drive and then coming across his search history, all the videos and everything he was looking up? You're like, what a sick bastard. You know what I
right.
mean? While the rest of the world is defending him, you're like, we got the guy. We got
Right,
the
and I
guy.
think most people on both sides would agree that because the trial didn't happen, there's a lot that we weren't able to shine a light on the facts that we all want to know on both sides, and I think it's I
But
was
what
trying to
would
tie
it
it into what
take?
you just said.
What what would it take for you to change your mind and say, you know what? He is innocent.
What would it take for me to decide he's innocent?
Yeah. I mean, what would it take for you to be like, okay, I've been in delusional land all this time. What have I been thinking? You know what I mean? This Eric Gower thing, that would have been something that would have got you going like, well, you know what? The car was a different color. Jack S said it was a silver sedan, but the car was obviously blue. Is that something that would change my mind to say, they could have got the wrong guy.
Right.
Hey, live scan, thank you for being here. You get what I'm saying? Like, are those things enough for you to sway your opinion at all?
I don't know. I mean, I think we might have even talked about what if we did like a live stream where we just pretended we were pro burgers, tried to
We
look at things
tried.
as a pro
We
burger
tried.
would, and I
We
can't
tried.
do it. It's just like, you
We
know,
tried.
um,
It's not possible.
it's kind of like, hopefully nobody hates me for this, but I'm not really a big fan of Prince. I like all music. I'm not that much of a fan of Prince. And for me to pretend like, oh man, he's the greatest guitarist in the world, man. I just love his playing and I love every one of his songs. I mean, sorry, I would be lying and I couldn't be telling the truth. And I unfortunately it would be the same way to try.
Bro,
I mean, it
I've
just
tried.
looks to me, you know.
I've tried since day one. I put everything I can in every little nook and cranny. I tried drug overdose. I've tried the cartel. I've tried the frats. I've tried, a random stranger. I've tried somebody following them home. I even went with the theory somebody could have been in there already. I entertained that for a minute. Somebody was already in the house. You know what I mean? I entertained that.
I even entertained somebody before the arrest of somebody with night vision goggles going in there.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's influenced by Silence of the Lambs, but they can see, but the victims can't. And
That's not far fetched, though, right? Is it far fetched to think the dude wore night vision goggles? But then you're thinking it's pitch dark, but it wasn't. The
right.
patio lights were on. The good vibes light was on. The lights were on in the living room. Those stringy lights. There was lights all over the house. So
Or
it was
even
not a-
look, thinking of it the opposite way, somebody wearing like a super bright light on their head. You see somebody who's like coming at you with a bright light, and you're like, "What's going on? What the heck?" And you're pretty much as vulnerable as that poor Ukrainian girl on the train. I mean, you don't see it coming. It's like, and I think the whole thought about the night vision goggles was, okay, wait, how did he do this quietly? How did he have the jump on them? How did he have the element of surprise? And how was he able to do this, in a short amount of time? But again, I mean, when you think about that, the short amount of time part, when you think about the Ukrainian girl on the train, I should know her name. That's terrible to just call her that. But 20 seconds. I mean, that guy just stabbed her, and 20 seconds later, she slouches over and is gone.
right.
I mean,
right.
20 seconds. And I don't
I mean,
think that
under-
guy's thinking about it like a possible criminologist planning a crime. I don't know. I really haven't looked into like the autopsy stuff, but is there similarities in the autopsy? Like, did he go for the same vein in each of the victims, or was the method the same? Because that would indicate to me that he thought about how not that he's just going to wield a knife and use it, but how he's going to use it, what he's going to aim for.
Well, that's a good question. I hope that at some point his interview or his interrogation, because he is a suspect at that point, I believe that we know pretty much what he said. He was talking supposedly about coffee, getting some coffee, and then they started pressing him, and he said, I need a lawyer.
Yeah.
So I think that's the extent of it. I don't know.
And it's very interesting if Brian Koberger is supposed to be able to be just bunched in with all these other people that were interviewed by police. He's innocent. He didn't do it, right? He sure seems to be the one who the quickest went to the lawyer the fastest in the interview.
Right.
And I'm sure law enforcement is like, everybody else was willing to, Jack D was willing to do a buccal swab. They answered all our questions. We just sat and talked, and they just, basically stream of consciousness shared their thoughts on everything. But this Brian guy, boom, right to a lawyer. And he's the one who knows the most about law and stuff and would know, what would be a good thing to say to police, what would not be, of course, maybe that's what they'd be leaning on. Sometimes people can just be a jerk. Like, I have the answer and I'm not going to tell you. Or like, I'm not going to be helpful, I don't know.
I don't know either. It was just interesting when I saw his mugshot. I'm probably like everybody else thought, who the hell is that? Like I
Right.
knew what the killer would look like. You know what I mean? But I saw him and I was like, they got the turtle suit on him, obviously. He's, to protect him from offing himself. But who the hell is this dude?
Right.
And what was he,
And sometimes a person just comes out of nowhere. I mean, you're on an airplane and you're heading for, where were those airplanes heading for? California? And next thing you know, there's a new pilot in the plane, and he's aiming the plane at the World Trade Center. It's like, you know, I mean, you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and on the wrong plane.
That's a great analogy. That's a great analogy because so much has been made about there's no way a random person, no connection to these girls, could have done this crime. You just made a perfect example right there. We don't know exactly how long he'd been surveying this house or if he was just doing digital surveying. You know?
Right.
We don't know if he planted a camera in the house at any point.
And didn't I mean, did Ann Taylor make a statement of something like, my client likes to just drive around at night alone? I mean, somebody looking for, maybe that has a couple houses as possibilities, would drive around alone at night, checking them out. Let's see, this one's better than that one.
Well,
This
one
one's
of
better
the
than that one.
hearings, she said he was in Moscow, but he was nowhere near that house. Okay, so was he a mad Greek? I mean, where the hell was he, Ann? If you admit that he was in Moscow, but he was nowhere near that house, where the hell was he?
Right.
You can't tell us that, right? Okay, Ann, I was in Moscow. You got me. Where were you, Brian? I was parked behind the 1122. But you weren't technically on the property? No. Okay. Then we can say that. You were in Moscow, but you weren't technically at the house.
Right.
It's like if somebody parks a couple blocks from your home and walks into your yard and commits a crime and then leaves, were they technically at your house?
Right.
If they're parked a couple blocks away?
Right. It's a shame that there isn't something connected with it all where it's the truth is what the goal is for all parties.
No.
But like you said, the way you said it, it's like, no, this is
that kumbaya. We all just want to get along. That was the goal. We're all one community. Bullshit. That is bullshit. You know it. That is bullshit.
Yeah, it is very much, what can I get away with? What can
Yeah.
what can we say? You're going to help me find the right words to help me get away with what I've done.
Yes. That unity bullshit has never been unity. It's been, let's bond together and create the most outlandish bullshit we can create because we're looking for justice.
But we try to make the game as fair as we can by saying innocent till proven guilty. We have a process in the courtroom. I think it is all good. I mean, it's not, I wouldn't want, because like if you just leave it up to the public, I remember hearing about a guy in California. This guy was wrongly accused of messing with some little kid. A bunch of neighbors went, they knocked on his door. When he opened it, they pushed through. They killed him in his apartment, and then later found out it was the wrong guy. I mean, you know, vigilante justice is not the way to go. So our system is still the best, you know, as it should be. And I applaud law enforcement for solving a hard to solve crime. I applaud Ann Taylor for doing her best to do her job, to get her job is to try and get a not guilty.
Do you believe that this whole thing was fair?
Was fair?
In the eyes of the law, not in the public opinion. In the eyes of the law, do you believe that everything that we've seen in the court hearings was fair towards him having the opportunity not to plead and go to trial, or having the opportunity to eventually take the plea deal?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I'm not a law expert. So, like if you were to ask Ann Taylor that, I'm sure she would say, "Well, this thing that we were asking for."
You don't have to be an expert these days. You can just say what you want and go.
Well, I mean, the first place my mind goes is that any of those things that Ann was asking for, should she have gotten them? or did Judge Hippler have solid reason to deny this, that, and the other? And you know, would Anne wouldn't agree with it because she's trying to go for it. But would people that are more of an expert in law than me say, yes, Hitler was right to deny that, to deny that, to deny the alternate suspects? There was no founding for that. I mean, I can't speak on it because ask me about a camera lens, I can talk on that. Ask me about a guitar chord, I can talk on that. But the legal stuff, assuming that everything was done, correct in the courtroom, then it sure looks to me like they tried everything they could from the defense, and then it was time to wave the white flag and say we've got to admit defeat. What?
Okay, we have a question.
Let's go
here.
for the plea deal.
We have a question here. It says 12 gauge. Have you wondered about the 2 male blood DNA left at the scene? I have, and here's my question, or here's my answer for you. There were so many random males in that residence at all different times, from Friday to the murders. Could it have been any of those random people? They didn't swab every person because they didn't know who all was in that home. Are you talking about the DNA on the knife sheath, or are you talking about at the scene? Because if it's at the scene, I could see more how that could be a random person's DNA because there were so many random people in there. You said at the sheets, why save at 3:05 and not at 1:20 or so when she texted them? Blood on the sheath, even blood mixed with the victims. Okay.
But it wasn't blood DNA, right? It wasn't Brian's. Like Brian, I assume Brian didn't cut himself. He protected himself from being cut. But my instinct tells me that he handled that knife sheath.
Hey, if we're gonna go, I know where this is going. If we're gonna go that avenue, I'm gonna go the same avenue that y'all go in the other direction. Okay. And this is no argument. That is just for the sake of conversation. Could there possibly been some random touch DNA on the comforters that, as the people were being attacked, floated in the air, landed on the sheets with the blood? Because if we go with other people's perspectives, the sheath could have been somebody grabbing a box of cereal off the shelf, getting the sheath, something like that. Brian touches a box of cereal. Somebody goes and buys the box of cereal, handled the sheath, transfers Brian's DNA to the sheath, and therefore that's how it got there.
It seems like a bit of a stretch, though. I mean, a lot of it's almost like somebody playing pool, and it's like, okay, I'm going to bank it off the left edge, off the right edge. It's going to jump over the 8-ball, and then, But what about? I mean, wasn't there at some point they had said that some of the samples just were either there wasn't enough of them or they were damaged. So I mean, that could explain. It's like, yes, we have. Well, like if you look at the opposite side, Othram, the guy at Othram said this was like tons more than we usually get from our unsolved crimes or something like that.
Yeah.
So what is the opposite? If they get just a tiny little bit, do they say, it's male, but that's about all we can tell you because it's damaged. It's incomplete. It's not enough. It's male. That's all we know. The fact that they can say that it's male seems to me that they ran some sort of test on it, right? Because other than that, you're just looking at it and, no test was run at all.
It would be my best impression that the DNA that they found on a knife sheath was not found anywhere else in the home. It wasn't found on the second floor in the vicinity of the victims. None of that unknown DNA was in there. And more prevalent was Brian's DNA in there. I mean, because you have to have two different places where the same thing is applicable. Like, let's say, you found the DNA on the knife sheath. Did they find any more DNA of the same type in any other parts of the house where the crime scene occurred? If they didn't find unknown DNA in Dana's room that matched these unknown, then how could you say that those unknown were tied to the crime? Do you get what I'm saying?
Sorry, I was typing
Oh,
a
not
comment.
Brian. Jeff H. and the gift the word salad. This person obviously knows you, Jeff.
Josh and Dawn.
Yes, and not allegedly found in CODIS. Handrail had blood down to BF's room. Hepler said BK didn't go down. Inadmissible. Okay. Remember the guy that got arrested for a crime he didn't do because he had contact with? That's the
Yeah, I've heard
case
about
everybody that's the case everybody uses. Yes.
It was from the stretcher and the ambulance or
How is
something?
judge DNA on a sheep more convincing? Well, let me say we did a live on this probably a couple weeks ago, Jeff and I. And the Ostrom guy was using, this wasn't a video interview, this was a document. And he was saying that there was an overwhelming amount of DNA on that sheath. It was not touch, or it was touch DNA, it wasn't transfer DNA. He said it was touch DNA, not transfer. Everybody is always saying that it was transfer, kind of like it transferred onto the sheath. That individual said it was touch. Is that not correct?
Do you want to hear that video clip? I've got that where he says 500 times
Yes.
more DNA.
If you have that ready, fire it up.
Yeah, here you go.
Maestro? Go ahead.
Wait, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Here we go.
It was a sergeant from the Moscow Police Department who got on a plane in Boise. And they flew directly to Texas and hand-delivered it to Othram.
They brought us down a tube of DNA that was remaining from that knife sheath.
That DNA extract contained a lot of DNA. It was not a trace amount of DNA. It was 500 times more DNA than we generally see in our low quantity DNA cases.
500 times more. So that's quite a bit. But I mean, that's what he said. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, I didn't go over the DNA. This man did, and that lady beside him, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't know. It's too bad that like DNA experts are some like, oh yeah, I got a buddy who's a DNA expert. Oh, so do I. Yeah, everybody does. Everybody got,
Right,
you know,
right. That would be awesome. Or they could simplify it and use analogies, like, people often think that it's a box of feathers, but it's actually more like a bowl of cereal. It's a lot more dense or condensed. A box of feathers is, there's a lot of air in there, and, people say, blowing across the room, and this is how it got there. Now, a bowl of cereal can't blow across the room and get somewhere else. It has to be placed there, right?
What about live scans comment there? They did have to amplify the sample though. Is that referring to there was a text document that accompanied the sample, right? And I think a lot of people that I saw on YouTube were saying, how does this thing expand? How does it grow in size? I think even Ann Taylor admitted, I'm going by memory, but if I remember right, I got the sense that she didn't want to admit it was a text document that grew because she liked everybody going the wrong direction and understanding it, that they thought she meant it was the actual sample of DNA expanding. But a text document accompanying the DNA would grow. If you looked into it, you had some thoughts, you'd add to the text document. If this, person, this specialist said, well, this is something that I noticed that I don't know if everybody else noticed, that would expand the text the text document.
Well, the
that accompanies it.
2300 document that dropped the other day, if you go through and look at the biological DNA of the where they're explaining how they got that, you can see that it's growing every time they're explaining it. There's tons of paperwork on one little area of the knife sheath. I mean, that could be my impression of it amplifying. You know what I mean?
You can think of it like a YouTube video. You post a YouTube video, it's got 2 comments when you first put it up. You look at it a week later, and it's like there's 1,000 comments there. What the hell happened? You know, it's like
it grew, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but if you're wanting to look at it literally, I could see why people would misconstrue it amplified, you know. Well, that means that they add a little bit of here, a little bit of there, and they needed this much to get the end product. I get that. I mean, I could see that.
Right, and I don't know if it's like other things, like a guitar amplifier. You're just taking what the sound is, and you're just amplifying it to make it louder so you can hear it. An image is amplified and magnified so that you can just see it better. It's not affecting the original. It's just making it, you know, again with the guitar or with the image you're magnifying. You're not affecting the original. You're just magnifying it, amplifying it so that you can see it better.
So if
so that you can make better determination.
So if you amplify that sound, does it change the sound? Like if you were to strum a chord.
Well, the sound. I mean, the sound of an amplifier, an actual amplifier, each amplifier is going to give you different sounds, but it doesn't affect or change the original sound. You're
right.
You're still playing the original sound, and then it's just like these glasses are keeping things in focus that I can see, but I can put on another pair of glasses. The thing that I'm looking at doesn't change, but how I'm perceiving it with my glasses does. With a distortion pedal.
Touche. It does change. I mean, with a distortion pedal, you're right. But that's adding a whole new component to it. I don't believe that they added anything. I mean, if anything, I would suggest that you go back and look at those documents, because that is a perfect example of how they did every step of the way. It gives you every step of the way. Whether you understand it or whether you don't, it's still there. How they broke down the buccal swabs, how they tested for them, how they didn't test, what areas they tested for, what areas tested for blood or proteins. It's all broken down in there. So if you don't understand it, you might study it a little more to get some kind of understanding, because those documents do tell a lot, You're perfectly clear-minded.
Clear-minded 12 gauge.
Clear-minded. Well, I mean,
put that on your resume. It's official.
I mean, to be honest, I've never looked at this case to convict or to exonerate. I've always looked at it because I wanted to know the how, the what, the when, the who. Never the why. I don't need to know why. Just like when people were arguing early on who was the intended target. And I said this in a chat room one day, and I got jumped on. I said, does it really matter who the target was? They all 4 died. Does it matter which one died first? But that's just my mindset. They were looking at it as the mindset of the police. They're trying to figure out who the target was based on how to make a timeline to see if they had any interaction with any kind of suspect they may have had at that point. But to me,
it's interesting. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Finish.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, with the interviews I've listened to lately, did you notice how police kind of reveal they're trying to figure out the why? And they're asking about, like, any chance this was a drug house? Did you ever see any drugs getting sold there or used there? They ask questions about any ex-boyfriends. They ask questions about any weird people that, just, seemed like a little off. So yeah, they're definitely like you're saying, they were looking for the why, because trying to understand the why a little better helps them to look at the right people and look at they're getting thousands and thousands of tips. They can't listen to them all. That's the other thing too. Are we upset about the tips that were really of no use, as we are with Dylan with the memories that might not be quite correct? I don't understand why Dylan gets so much hate over. She's just trying to help. She's trying to remember what she can, and she's admitting. It's almost like she's saying, "Look, this might be garbage. This might be nothing, but I'm mentioning it anyway because you guys have said that the littlest thing. If you remember the littlest thing, just let us know. It might mean something to us."
You said it at one point. You said it would have been better if Dylan would have just said, "I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. I was asleep."
Right. Yeah.
I mean, would people still have attacked her? Of course. There's no way she could have slept through that. That is the biggest statement right there.
She should have answered just like in Pulp Fiction, the guy at the bar, when he said, "My name's Paul, and that's between y'all." He didn't want to get in the middle of anything.
Did you know that even vegetables have DNA? I didn't know that, but that's interesting. That's an interesting fact, for sure. So you learn stuff by other people, when you...
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's true, whether that's not, I'm going to take you at face value. If you're typing something later on that I find out is not true, hey, does that mean that you lied to me? No. It means that that's your best impression of what you know. And I think if people had more clear reality like that, we would be more open-minded to really finding how much more we have in common rather than how much more we have.
Oh, that's cool. Live did lab work.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I'm going to go upstairs and check my potatoes and be like, I'll be looking for it.
They're going to be so shriveled up. You're going to be like, I need a K-bar to cut through these.
I appreciate your DNA potato, humor, but I like you fried.
Just a little humor there. Just a little humor. No disrespect, man. So how are you as far as time, Jeff? Are you still good? We're about 2 hours and 50 minutes into it.
Yeah. No, I'm good. I got to be at work at 5 a.m. tomorrow, but as long as I'm to bed
I think we'll cut it about 10 minutes because
okay.
I'm running out of stuff to talk about. Not that you could ever run out of stuff in this case, but stuff that really...
You just need a thought, like something triggered a thought to trigger where you go.
I'm not going there. I'm not doing that. No. Kind of like our conversations back in the past. Well, let me show you this. No, I don't want to see it.
Just one more thing. The
Elantra was white. It was more probable Kohberger owning that Elantra than anybody else that we've heard about.
I always try and think of the things that I've heard, because whenever I get the opportunity, people, the Pro-Burgers wonder, what the heck are you doing here? What'd you say? Nobody wants you here. Nobody likes you.
Nobody wants you here, Jeff. Just leave.
The thing they have to realize is that when you open up your YouTube, and you've got a half an hour before you got to go to work, and you just want to see what's going on YouTube, it's not like you have all these Gilter channels to choose from. You've got a ton of Pro-Burger channels, and so you choose them and you listen. And so I do like to listen to them, and then when we get this opportunity to talk, I like to talk about things like, because just like any human, you could say, what's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Cherry vanilla.
Cherry vanilla. Okay, so I like the what's the green one with the pistachio? Pistachio is my favorite. So I can understand why I like pistachio. I understand all the reasons that I think pistachio is great. And then I can appreciate and understand that you have a different flavor that you like.
Am I ever going to convince you that my flavor is better than yours?
Yeah, and it's, you know what? It's not important if you do. If I see you tomorrow and you still like cherry vanilla and I still like pistachio, that's awesome. Am I going to hate you because you got a different flavor of ice cream that you like? No.
But the one thing that I don't understand is when people say, okay, I don't want to talk about Koberger anymore. Let's not talk about Koberger. Let's talk about the case. And is there anything that we could have missed? What are we going to see in this new stuff that's coming out? 3 years old. 3 years old. What are we going to see that the police already didn't go through, the investigators, the FBI, the best of the best, where they had the actual stuff right there in front of them? They don't have a carbon copy. They don't have a video that's, half in, half out. They have everything with the most technological sound equipment to investigate this stuff. What are we going to see on this YouTube channel that they didn't already look for?
Right. Well, I mean, it's, doesn't it come down to whether you look at law enforcement as if law enforcement in its entirety is like Barney Fife from Andy Griffith, or whether law enforcement is like maybe, I don't know if you ever watched Blue Bloods. I used to love watching that show. The family that's all law enforcement,
No,
three
I don't
generations.
I don't watch a lot of TV here.
But I mean, to
Movies,
see
yeah.
either you're a Keystone Cop and everybody thinks you're foolish and don't know what the heck you're doing, or you're actually very talented and very skilled at solving a crime. And I think when you bring in this many law enforcement, I think your chances are increased that you're going to get good people working together. And the people that are just lousy officers or corrupt officers, I think they're gonna stand out like a chocolate chip in a ice cream, vanilla ice cream. I mean, it's just you're gonna be like, this guy, But
But
again, I know I
at the
like
same
law
time, though,
enforcement.
Jeff, has anybody ever gone back and look at their statistics for solving crimes? What are their statistics on a national level? Are they above average or are they below average? What are the arrests that people make, the cops that make in Moscow? Are they mostly harassment? Do they get cited for harassment? Do they get cited for being biased? Do they target certain groups of people? All this is statistical. You can look this stuff up. And if you see that this law enforcement area in Moscow is below average in every category, then you can make that definitive understanding. Well, this police department sucks. There's no reason why we know now that they called the FBI, because they couldn't do it. You get what I'm saying?
Right. But there's also too, it's like, you know, it's like a band that's a one-hit wonder. They suck. They're a terrible band. They don't get
Right.
And then they have that one moment where they really shine and they have a number one hit. Or you could also look at it this way. Maybe they aren't the best cops, they aren't the best police department, but when they come up there and they see they're there for an unconscious, college student, and they see, I'm telling you what, if I saw Ethan and the state Ethan was in, the first thing I'm thinking of is my son when he was at college in his dorm, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this type of thing could have happened to my son. And those a lot of those officers are doing their job with a heart that goes out to the people that lost their kids in that horrific way, and that they are not they want to find the guy who did this more than anything. And they know that there's probably even a desire to find the guy and stomp him into the ground. That's who wouldn't want to do that. I mean, if you know for sure this is the guy who did it, but they also know too that there's a process that they've got to go through. They've, can you imagine? It's like I could easily see myself initially thinking like, man, it'd be cool to be a detective. I want to go solve stuff. I want to go look into stuff. And then you realize, man, you got to document this. You got to write this down. This person said that. You got to have that written down. You got to have all your
you
I's dotted, your T's crossed.
You document as if you're going to court, because one day your stuff is going to be called to the stand, and you're not going to have your notes. You got to know what it is that you're writing.
Right.
So you can't sit there and say, well, I guess, or I think. You either know it or you don't.
And your work isn't going to just be attacked because this is Ann Taylor and this is how she operates. That's the defense attorney. Any defense attorney is going to attack your work. Detective Payne was criticized often for that first hearing where he was like, well, I don't recall, or he couldn't remember certain things. I don't blame him a bit for not sharing one iota more than he had to. I mean, he's got to obviously know that there's things that he has to share by law, but he doesn't have to like assist the defense with their case, because he knows that they're out to destroy his work, his investigation.
Told as a supervision officer, I've been told, do not get up there and answer something that you're not certain on. If you don't know, say you don't know. If you don't remember, say you don't remember. Answer it at the best ability of your knowledge. Do not embellish. Do not delete. So him saying I don't remember or I don't know, that's taught to you. That's not to lie. That's to protect you from perjuring yourself on the stand.
And this was just a hearing. This wasn't the trial. This was a hearing. I'm sure it's kind of thing too. I mean, I used to teach a TV production class, and when I would get a difficult question thrown at me, I would say, look, I can't answer you right now, but I can get you that information. I mean, there was that moment in the hearing where the prosecution mentioned, it's funny, Proburgers didn't really show this part of the trial, part of the hearing, where Payne said he met with Ann Taylor 6 times over where the evidence room or wherever they kept the evidence, met with her 6 times to help her go through stuff that she needed to see,
So she already knows that answer.
Yeah. Yeah. So
she was asking it in a way to make him look incompetent.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think too, it's the kind of thing, it's like, it seemed to me that prosecution kept everything close to the vest, said as little as they had to. And then, of course, for the public who wants to know the answers and wants the juice, give her the good stuff. Ann Taylor is giving them the good stuff. Ann Taylor is making little comments in the courtroom. Your Honor, my client is innocent. Remember that? And, which I still to this day...
Tapped his elbow, or tapped his shoulder, right?
Right. Looks like he's like this light bulb is him, and in the foreground she's like, my client. She's like in the foreground. It looks like she almost touches his shoulder. It's funny how everybody remembers that I've heard it, seen it typed out so many times. She put her hand on his shoulder in that courtroom and said, my client is innocent. She didn't touch him. She didn't come
kind
in
of like
contact
I'm
with
here
him.
to help you.
Yeah.
So many people misquote that. I misquoted that a couple times, and you corrected me.
Well, it's hard to tell now because it's like, I think in the interviews, I'm not sure that Dylan was consistent with it, was she? She might have even said here.
I don't remember.
It'd be interesting to know if she, because
See, like I could have answered that just now. I could have answered that just now and lied about it. Said, yeah, that's exactly what she said.
Right, which Dylan could have lied too when they showed.
That's not who I am. I don't
Right.
remember. I didn't hear that. You know what I mean? So why am I going to stand up here just to agree with you because you're a guest on my panel?
Right.
For what? I mean, somebody could go and be like, look, 12 gauge is a liar. He agrees with everything Jeff says. They're buddies like that. They're in cahoots. But we're
Don't you think
not.
too when Dylan says, Dylan said she couldn't say for certain that the photo they showed her Brian, that this is the guy. I mean, if she was a dishonest person, she could have easily said, "Yeah, that's him," or thought, close enough," you know. But I think she was
I
honest to
mean,
say,
I
"Look,
always thought she'd have to have a photo with somebody having just that much amount of their face being
exactly,
seen. How could she tell that was Koberger without that covering?
right."
I mean, seriously, did they cover? Did they draw over his face and just where they showed his eyes and his
It's
eyebrows? I
almost as
mean,
it's almost as if he wore the mask for that purpose. Duh, yeah, of course. You don't want to be seen. You
so if I'm showing you a lineup of 5 guys, they all have bushy eyebrows. They all have, similar looking eyes, which he has a similar look to a lot of people.
Mhm.
And I'm looking at you and I'm going, damn, that one has bushy eyebrows, but that one has kind of the arc. I'm
Mhm.
not sure. It could be that one or it could be that one. Does that mean she's lying?
Right, similar to the Elantra. I mean, the Elantra we see on camera, we can't see the license plate on the back of the car to tell, oh, that's the number of his car. It's just there's just enough detail to be able to describe it and say, well, there's this detail, there's that detail, and there's that detail.
So
I mean, who's the
point,
guy who shot the healthcare guy on the sidewalk in New York? I mean, that guy, his face was covered up too. It's like that's how
so
software identifies. They have face recognition software. I bet you if you wear a balaclava, it's going to mess up the software.
so but if you're investigating this and you see the same looking vehicle come into the area more than once on the same night during the suspected amount of time before and after the crime, one speeding off, that's not going to alert you to be like, well, this car seemed to be making rounds around the apartment. Who is this? And why are they doing that? Oh, here's another vehicle that actually pulls into the driveway or around that area. Okay, there's another vehicle of interest. And then there's another vehicle that's around that area during that time too. But I'm sure, like I said, they're looking to eliminate, not to make a suspect. So the fact that they were asking the public for information on that white Elantra told you that they didn't think that was a suspect vehicle. They needed to know who these people were and what were they doing in that area so many times during that night.
Right.
When they saw his driver's license, I bet at that point they said, okay, well, maybe this could be the guy. Because she said he was this height, this weight, bushy eyebrows. He has bushy eyebrows. He's 6 foot, 185 pounds. Let's look into this guy. There's nothing wrong with that if you're looking for a suspect. But we're still going to say, hey, we're not trying to make you the guy, but you certainly do match a lot of the criteria that we have at this point.
Right. And can we ask you just a couple of questions about? Oh wait. Oh, you want a lawyer? Oh, okay. All right. You get your lawyer.
You know,
That's how
you got a compliment from Padfoot. Good to hear from the guitar guy.
Thank you,
He is
Padfoot.
smart. Oh, you're gonna have to screenshot that. That's a first ever.
I'm telling you. Yeah. Let me take a screenshot of this whole screen.
Oh, I'm glad he
brilliant.
thinks you're
Thank
smart
you.
and I'm a moron, huh? Is this the guy that made fun of my face that time? What's
Oh,
wrong
yeah,
with your
yeah.
face?
Yeah, just recently, right?
Yeah. Nice to see you, Pat. But thank you so much. I'm glad you agree that one of my guests is actually intellectually inclined.
Tell my wife that so that she knows too. I've been trying to convince her of it
I
for a long
met
time.
him in here the other day. He said, "What did he tell you that one day?" He said, "Oh, you always get told, read the room, Jeff.
Yeah.
You're not welcome here.
Yeah.
Why do you always go where you're not wanted?" Well, why are you always the same place that I go? I mean, that could be asked both ways, right?
Right, right.
Why
I
are
don't
you
understand
always
why
in the same place I'm at?
you know, I mean, if you're a Cowboys fan, um, don't you isn't it interesting to get together with some people that like another team just to talk about it and compare notes and or do you want to just only stick with Cowboys fans? And it seems kind of boring to
Well,
me to actually just,
those people over there say we don't want an echo chamber, but yet you go in there and playing a different instrument, it throws off their whole symphony.
Yeah, they make
So
sure
they're-
make sure to preserve that echo chamber by blocking you on
Yeah.
multiple accounts, even as you come in to say, "Hey, but what about this?" I
Jeff
mean, I
and
can
his-
understand. Isn't it interesting too? Some of the people that they allow to stay in there that like see things in the pixels of this and that and the other, and they're like, yeah, you could stay here. It's like, but Jeff,
Yeah.
you come in here and you're a nice guy and you just ask questions and you're pissing people off. Okay, just because I have a different opinion, and maybe that I am, maybe I'm tenacious. Maybe I don't. The thing is, I don't. I think they think at some point I should think like them because I've talked to them.
Is
Maybe
that
they
your
should
goal?
consider that they're not.
No,
They're
no. I think they're asking, is it your goal to go into those chats and piss people off? Is it your goal to go in there like it's like you go into a room and you spray that fart smell just to see the reaction? Is that your goal, Jeff?
That's kind of like a Beavis and Butthead kind of a thing to do, right?
I mean, that's what I mean. I've been in those chats when you've been in there, even before we were talking. I would see all the remarks. Oh shit! It's Jeff H. What's he come in here for? Blah blah blah. It's almost like you're spraying that little fart smell to see the reaction. Is that it, or do you
No.
really want to? Do you
No.
really want a conversation?
Yeah, I love debate and I love conversation. If somebody says, Gibson Les Pauls are better than Fender Stratocasters guitars, it's like, well, let's talk about it. The Les Paul is so heavy. I mean, you'll hurt your back, as you're playing on stage a lot. Strat's much lighter and so a debate on any subject. I mean, I consider myself a Christian. I love to go and debate, have talks with either different religions, atheists. It's a very interesting conversation.
Isn't a debate somebody that respects your opinion to discuss it? Like we have kind of a debate up here. I don't agree with everything you say and vice versa. We go back and forth. But there's no hostility. I don't have an emotional attachment to what I'm saying. For some reason, there's hostility when you enter the room in there.
Well, do you think it's because imagine it doesn't work this way, but imagine everybody in the chat were ticket holders, like at a concert. They've each paid $50 each. Jeff comes in free. He didn't pay. He's just here, and he starts to piss off the $50, and the $50 people start to leave, and it's like, oh shoot, we got to block Jeff. I think it really comes down to that often. They're because
like
not only are they saying Jeff read the room, but Jeff, you're causing the room to shrink of people, and I think I even heard one guy say that.
I paid $50 and I'm toward the front, and then you walk all the way to the stage and stand there and jam out for free. What this dude doing here? And
yeah, but
he's
you know
turning around
me.
and
You know me.
smiling.
I
Hey.
try to go in there. I ask questions. I mean, I'll just sit there and listen, and the point that I hear something, it's like, wait a minute, how can it happen at 2 a.m.? How can Xana be gone at 2 a.m. when she's doing a TikTok at 4:12? So I ask a simple question because it's not jiving with what I understand.
So
And then
what's the
that
answer?
starts
What's
to
the answer you usually get, Jeff?
Well, usually,
What's the answer?
here's Jeff the troll. You know, it's usually rude stuff. And
No,
basically,
but
I
I
just,
mean, have you ever gotten an answer to that question that you can
oh,
stand
that
behind?
specific one?
Yeah.
Oh, well, usually they'll say something like, well, the killer probably grabbed her phone and typed a comment to Xana's grade school friend about something that happened between them when they were kids in elementary school.
Well, how would
And
the killer know that?
exactly. And you know why that looks good to them? Is because it makes, if you think that direction, then it makes you start to think, oh, well, it would be somebody that knows Xana very well, all the way back to grade school. Not Brian. The
You know
goal is not
what
Brian.
what I've seen in these 3 years is there's been a little piece of information by some creator, whether they believe it or whether their subs or their mods or whoever get together and they get this thought and they do just that. It's how would the killer have known Xana to type on her phone?
Hmm.
And would there not have been fingerprints left on the phone unless the killer wore gloves? If the killer wore gloves, you know how hard it is to type on a phone when you're wearing gloves? I've tried it. It's
And
damn
why?
near
Why would you even
it's
do it?
damn near impossible. It's damn near impossible.
Hmm.
You can't even swipe with a wet thumb. You wash your hands
Right.
and they're not dry, you can't swipe. You get a piece of moisture on your screen, it's going to throw everything off. So that's the reality. But in a delusional world, the killer's wearing gloves and he's able to type away
Yeah.
accurately.
Yeah.
He knows how to. I mean, he takes the phone out of her hand, kills her at 3 o'clock, types all this stuff on her phone. He keeps her phone open because, damn, if I let this phone close, I got to either have her password or whatever. So I'm going to walk around with this phone playing TikToks randomly. But yet the police are not going to be able to detect her phone walking all over the room or all over the house like they were able to detect her watch going upstairs and then back downstairs into her room. Do you see the
Yeah.
logic in that? I don't, because it doesn't make sense. One way versus the real way does not add up.
Right.
And people will never see the real way because they have their mind made up on what they want this to be. They want
And
this
I think that's
to.
that's a very interesting part of the whole thing is that, well, for both sides, the timeline is a very important aspect, and you even hear it in the police interviews. They talk about they're just trying to, they're trying to get a good grasp of the timeline of things, and where everybody was, what everybody was doing. But that, I've talked about it forever about doing a video about that TikTok post, but it's so damn complicated on how you figure out that she did that post at nearly exactly 4:12 a.m. And all I can tell you is that I used a program on a website called Unfurl. There's also another one you can use, does the same thing. You go on Unfurl, it can tell you what time a TikTok post occurred. I did it with my own TikTok posts. I just chose TikTok videos at random. I say you did a TikTok video. I will go on it and I'll just say something like, "Hey, nice video." And then I'll look at the clock and I'll say 11:13 p.m. or right now it's 11:12, and I'll say I was down to the second, like when I set my clocks on my stove. I do the same thing. Okay, I say, hey, nice video, and then I'll say 11:13 p.m., and then I won't hit the return button until I see 58, 59, boom, 11:13. So now in my comment it says 11:13. Then I go to unfurl. I grab the HTML code in your TikTok video that says, it'll say ID equals, and then it'll be like I think it's 13 or 17 digit code that corresponds to my comment that I added to your TikTok post. I take that, I run it through Unfurl. Unfurl tells me the time. Then you've got to convert it to the time zone. I think either UTC or PTC. Boom. You do that with the one that Xana typed where she said, never forget the foundation in the bathtub. 4:12 a.m. in Moscow on that night. That's what you get. But I did it with my own TikTok post 3 times, maybe 4. Each time it was never more than like 35 seconds, 40 seconds off in accuracy from when I hit 11:13, boom. It might say 13 and 35 seconds. It wasn't perfect, but shoot, how many, when you get things down to within a minute, that's close enough for me.
But if it's not about Kohberger and you're looking to get justice, how are you willing to get justice if nothing you investigate ever makes any kind of sense to you? If it never has closure and it's always just an open-ended question, how are you ever going to get results? That's my question to anybody who always says, I'm doing this for justice for the poor. I'm doing this for answers. But you never get to a desirable answer that's good enough for yourself, much less anything else that anybody else says. How are you ever going to find closure in this case for yourself? Because either you're really doing it for that or you don't care one way or the other. You just do it just because it's something to talk about. I really wish those other channels would just say, you know what, we really don't give a shit one way or the other. We're just doing it because we enjoy the camaraderie of the chat and we enjoy doing lives. Mm-hmm. That would make a lot more sense to me than you getting up here and really being the bleeding heart for this case. But
there's an element connected, I think, with the whole YouTube experience where it's not really interesting and fun unless you got a common enemy and you're angry at somebody. There's us and them. There's somebody to fight, and you see it with road rage. You can't just be like, I see people on the road and I was like, dude, all you got to do is apply the gentlest pressure on that brake and let that person in front of you. But no, you're going to ride up on them. You're going to nearly run them off the road. You're going to yell at them after you pass. You're going to swing by and almost act like you're going to hit them. When all you really needed to do was you just having a nice drive. Why can't you drive? Remember back before automobiles were invented, people actually thought that if you go too fast in a vehicle, you won't be able to breathe because you're going faster than a horse. I mean, now we come to the point where we got our car, we got cruise control, we got the stereo blasting. We're so far from where it was an amazing, miraculous invention.
You're the common enemy, and I have you on my live, right? I've probably gotten more views because of you being up here than me being up here by myself. Do you understand that? That's not why I had you. That's not why I had you up here, but
right, we're friends. I know that.
Think about that. It's like we talked about it all night long. People are jumping in to hear what Jeff H had to say, not what 12 has to say. What Jeff has to say, because they're gonna have to say, "Did you hear Jeff the other night? He was talking about this, and he was talking about that. Never forget the foundation again, and he was talking about the hammer." And he was talking about the times. They were talking to, well, what did 12 say? I don't remember.
That's not true. That's not true.
Jeff, unless I call somebody out or I say something vulgar about somebody, what I say is not controversial enough to remember. So the more controversial you are, just like you say, you got a common enemy, you'll have content forever. You've created the common enemy in the true crime community.
I didn't mean to. I remember in the beginning when it was like
you're the dislike for you is not enough to get more than 11 to 13 people in here at one point. We don't have thousands of people like Brittany J's chats get. You know what I mean? I don't even know Brittany J, and I see people going after her every day, nonstop, 24/7.
Yeah.
And these people
there's at
have-
least 5 or 6 hater channels on her, and I just still
And
can't
they're
understand
like
it. She seems like the nicest
thousands-
person ever.
thousands of people in those chats. You just go in those chats, and that chat's like running. And you're like, how could you have that much to say about this person? Is it all true? Or are you making up some stuff? Or are you just calling stuff out that is other people view as hilarious?
It's almost like a party. Like the chat room is like a party at somebody's house, and just before you walk in the door, they say, "Hey, man, I just got to make sure. Do we hate the same people?" Okay, cool. You come on in. We hate the same people. It reminds me of a job. I did a freelance video editing job in DC one time, and I worked for a full time. I worked for a political consultant for Republican TV ads. That's what I did. This freelance job, they just needed an editor. And the guy, I was talking to the guy, he said, "So tell me what you do." And I told him. He said, "Oh, you work for Republicans?" He said, "Whatever you do, don't say that to anybody else in this office. Don't reveal that." And it's like, "Oh, okay, gotcha." He said, "You're going to be editing something about Bill Clinton today, and you do not want to say." And I thought to myself, wow, it's just it's just that side. And I mean, I understood. I mean, what am I going to do? I'm not the type of person I'm going to go and I'm going to sabotage this edit because it's the other side,
It's kind of like you and I talked one time, and all used to do Serenity Sunday. All was going good. The moment I said, Jesus, pray. Hell, I even had Billy Graham on there one time.
Right.
It went from like 20 to 2.
Clear the room.
And I think it was one of them was me and one of them was you. And I was like, wow, you're right. That cleared the room fast.
Yeah.
And I did not say at the door, hey, you got to be a Christian to be in here. But you know what? Whatever it is for whatever, whoever, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, YouTube is a hobby for me. I have a real 9 or 8 to 5. I have a billion other things to do all day long. I get on here to talk to my friend about a case we both know about. Whether I'm 100% accurate, whether my theories suck, whether you agree with anything I say, or whether you like me, you like my look, you don't like my look, you make fun of my face, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I'm still going to get on camera, and I'm going to get up here, and I'm going to talk to certain people. And whether you tune in or whether you don't, it's to be seen, right?
Yeah, that's why they call it social media. It's just
right.
Social.
Because
I'm glad you do what you do, because you saw I did a live. Was that just this morning?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got
when
on
you
there.
were
Just
doing
played,
the guitar.
I just played some guitar, but I mean, I don't fancy myself as the type of person who can orchestrate a live. Remember, I think you remember Nina used to always kind of say that in the beginning. She's like, it's a different thing to be a guest on a show than to run the show, and I feel the same way. I mean, I feel like I'd much rather just be well, I'm the same way at a party though. I'd much rather go to somebody's party than to have a party at my house. I'm like, because there's just the pressure of like, what if you have a party at your house and like only one person shows up? Hey man, how you doing? Where's everybody? Oh, they'll be here soon, I'm sure. The whole night goes along. Well, I gotta get
I
going.
mean, what type of person would you be if, let's say you are a musician, I'm not. Let's say I get confident enough and I start playing pretty good and I go to a gig and I play my heart out because that's what I'm loving at the moment. And so after I get done, crickets. You suck. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for being here. That would be my response. Am I going to get into it with the guy that said, you suck? No.
Right.
He had enough energy to yell out, you suck. So he stayed during the whole set. Goal accomplished, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You just want an audience. You get tired of playing to the wall. Somebody telling you suck.
There's an AC/DC song. I can't remember which one it is. Maybe it's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Maybe it's that one. But at the end of the song, they mix in the audience is going boo, boo, and the original singer Bon Scott, he's like, it's so funny because he's got that little British accent. He's like, thank you very much, thank you.
I mean, for a lot of people, they believe that negativity breaks you down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you've already built yourself up from the most negativity you've ever experienced for yourself, they could never touch that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like individuals own hell. How is your hell going to compare to my hell? Hell is hell, right? And you build yourself out of that, there's nothing anybody could ever say to take you back there because you made that promise to yourself. I'm never going back to be that person. Nothing going to take me back because I've learned that lesson. The same thing as far as this YouTube thing. I was worried about it when I first started, but you made it easy for me to get up here and do this every time I did it. That's why I relied on you at the very beginning for so many of the lives, because it was easy just talking to somebody.
That was your training wheels?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah, you don't need them anymore. You don't need training wheels.
Sometimes I wish I did have like a regular co-host. It would be easier, but for the most part, I fake it pretty well. That's
Well, I think you have a lot to offer with your experience, your knowledge, and just wait. What was that really nice comment that person left? Something about you're clear-minded or something like that. Yeah, just and I think too.
the check's in the mail.
Yeah, send an invoice. The thing is, I really think, at least this is the way I try to think and the way I try to be, is that, I mean, the good book says love your enemies. That goes totally against what your natural desire thinks you should do or want to do. Even as kids, it's like, kids on a playground, you think you can tell that kid that really hates that other kid who just stole his ball or whatever, that he's got to get along with them, or like, no, a kid can't do it. Adults, for some reason, still can't seem to do it. But when you do have an appreciation of the good book and the notion of love your enemies, you can do it, even if it's not easy. Most things that aren't easy in life are very. You look back on them and you're like, man, I'm glad I didn't do it the easy way. The difficult way had so many fruits. Just tonight I was with my son and we were going through the McDonald's drive-thru. As I'm pulling into the drive-thru, I can see the drive-thru just ahead of me. There's a car in a parking space with the reverse lights on, and there's a woman like kind of almost in front of my car, but she starts to back out of the way, and I thought she was guiding the car with the reverse lights on. So I thought, and then as she backed closer to the car, I thought, oh, she's going closer to the car so I can go around. And then all of a sudden I see this little kid come from the passenger side of the car, and I hit the brakes. And then as she walked by, she held her middle finger up at me and just looked at me as she walked by. And the love your enemies thing, if it's in you and is part of you, it's always there. It's like I always say, we're sponges. Whatever we put into us, when we get squeezed, that's what comes out. So if you saturate your sponge with goodness and good stuff, at least best you can, when you get squeezed, goodness comes out. And my stepson would tell you, he couldn't believe it. I said to her, I said, "Ma'am, you did not need to do that." I said, I thought the car was backing out. And she's like cussing me out and saying all these nasty things. And I said, "God bless you, ma'am." I said, "You shouldn't do that." I said, "You're teaching your child, you shouldn't do that." Never did I raise my voice. Never did I call her anything. Never did I, but I will share something that's a little funny in a way, because as we got to the drive-through, I couldn't help but my son kept bringing it up and bringing it up and bringing it up because he was mad. He's like, "Man, that," she wanted to say a million things. He's like, what did he say? "Man, we should go cut our tires." It's like, come on, man. Let it go. Let it go. People get angry. People say things they don't mean. Forgive them. They don't know what they do. And I'm not saying any of this to try and puff myself up, other than it made me feel good to know that in her anger, she was despicable in what she did as a choice to another human.
Well, that's a great
God bless
example. That's a great example, Jeff. But I was listening to multiple creators the other night because supposedly another creator passed away. I haven't seen, any definitive word on it. I mean, I've seen people post on it, but I'm not going to say one way or the other because I don't know if that person passed away or not. But anyway, they were going on and on and on about how our community needs to be unified and how this creator wanted unity and all this and everything else. And I'm thinking to myself, if that's true, how come these people have made it a point that there's certain people such as you and myself are not allowed in their chats? They're not allowed on their channels, but yet we should be unified. How I've talked to a creator who won't even come up on my panel because I don't know their reasoning, but there's people that won't associate with you because then they're going to be blackballed from these other creators who they view as more significant than yourself.
Right.
You know what I say? These creators were here and they'll be here long gone after this case finally does fizzle out. If people are still talking about this at the 5-year point, I don't know how anybody would be listening.
The person I respect on that kind of issue is JB Gunner. Because JB Gunner was on one side, and then he heard the knowledge of the purchase of the K-bar knife, and then that was like, he changed his mind. I think to change your mind, to speak your mind, and to stand your ground, let the chips fall where they may. That's the way to be. I mean, it's a shame. It's a shame to live like where you're so tied into, you got to please the crowd. You've got to keep the crowd. You've got to also too, don't you think sometimes that they like the echo chamber because it is like in an echo chamber, like say these headphones. I got these headphones, right? Apple headphones. In an echo chamber, and I got everybody convinced these things, you put them in your ear, and if you've got a cold, the cold vanishes. They cure your cold. And then Jeff H comes in here and says, that has nothing to do with the cold. It's their headphone. Get that guy out of here. It's like I was trying to lay down some stuff for the crowd that's buying it, and this guy can't be in here. Get him out. Get him out. He's one thing. Well, I do appreciate though those that have the ability to just ignore any comment that I make. You don't have to answer to it. I mean, and usually I sit there and don't say anything for the longest time until somebody says something and I ask a question. After that, then it's really everything that I say is just responding to them for the most part. Especially, I love responding when they say something awful about my mother or something, and then I say to them, it's like, you know, you give back love when they give hate. It's really it really is just as simple as that. And the thing is like, it doesn't feel good to get hate. It doesn't feel good from people to tear you apart.
But you know,
it does feel good knowing that it kind of irks them that they never get it back from me. It must, because they're like, because the moment I do, I'm now we're at equal level of being nasty people, and now they're shining bright. It's hard to be a nasty person against somebody that doesn't strike back, because then on the nastiness level, you look nasty, and this other person, surely somebody in the room is going to be like, he's never said anything negative against you like that. You just tore him apart, called him an idiot.
But think about this too, Jeff. You know, I'm a therapist. Part of my other hybrid job is being a therapist. So whenever I see these people go unhinged, or when they say what they say about it, about certain things, I've sat across the desk from a lot of different type of people in my 20-something years of being a therapist. So I haven't just sat across the table from the most quote unquote normal people. I've sat across the table from murderers, rapists, drug dealers, drug users, thieves, robbers, adulterers, the worst of the worst. So whenever people speak, most of the time I've heard that before. I've heard that semblance of pattern structure that they use. I see the Carney man act. I see the respect, overly respecting you. That's an act. That's to get your guard down. So if I say, yes, sir, you're totally right, Jeff, sir. That's elevating you by calling you sir. But in my eyes, I'm using it because it's making me look better than you because I'm being polite. You get what I'm saying? So whenever I'm looking at some of these creators or some of these lives, it's almost like it jumps out at you. You know, you jump out at you and you're like, you're full of shit. You're not genuine at all.
Right.
And then
you can kind of
people
see
would
what's
say,
going on.
then people would say, well, 12, you're just judging people. No, you know the truth. You know the truth. It's kind of like if your words don't match your actions and there's a consistency of you having certain things happen to you based on what you tell your audience, if they were smart, they would see the inconsistencies and they would say, you're full of shit. But their love for you goes beyond their ability to call out bullshit. But at the same time, these same people accuse two innocent people in a vicious murder and say everything they've ever said about their testimonies or whatever they saw or whatever they heard is nothing but a lie and nothing but bullshit. It's nothing but made up, theatrical bullshit. You know, I've always heard you spot it, you got it.
What is that? You spot it? You got it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the more that you talk on something, you're bouncing off that one thing that you don't like about yourself. And you know why
Why
I
don't you?
talk about it? You know why I
Mhm.
talk about it like I do? Because most of the stuff that I see in others is things that I despised in myself in the past.
Mm.
I have been a liar. I have been a thief. I have been a manipulator. I have been a con man. Not in the way people are on here, but in other ways, just as detrimental to humanity.
Right.
So when I
Right.
call it out, it's because I've done it myself. And it's easy to see in people. It's kind of like a
Yeah.
drug addict and another junkie about to relapse or using. You know, somebody says there's no way that person's using. If I have been a drug addict, I can tell you, yeah, they are. They're lying to you. They're using you.
It's kind of like they're a service dog on that subject. You know, they can sense
Yeah.
something in a person that, yeah, maybe that's not the best example,
I
service
just
dog.
offended 7 people. They all just ran off.
Oh, I was going to
We
ask you
went,
though, as you're talking
we went
about all
from
the people.
12 to we went from 12 to 5. It's
We'll get him
almost
back.
like
We'll get him back.
I just showed the Jesus card and people said,
No, everybody just had to go to the
"No."
bathroom. It was a bathroom break time. We forgot to give a bathroom break.
You're the eternal optimist, Jeff. The eternal optimist.
No, I was going to ask you though. You were talking about sitting across from all these awful people. How many of those people? This gets back to what we were talking about earlier about the idea that Brian did this and wanted to get caught. How many of those people that you talked to have shared or revealed that in what they did, in reality they wanted to get caught?
Most of them, because they
Yeah.
would either going to get caught or they were going to die.
That was somebody was saying in the chat earlier. They were wondering if Brian had a plan that, you know, death by cop was maybe part of the plan, but it didn't go that way. You know, that's an
interesting.
interesting theory. Yeah.
Here, I'm going to show something. This is crazy. I'm going to start showing this.
Is that how you clear the room? It's like at the end of a
bad-
movie in the movie theater, everybody leaves, and then you got to come in there and pick up all the popcorn and the trash. And,
Yeah.
you know.
This is not white.
Yeah. I don't understand.
Not
You know,
touching. I'm not touching that. I'm not touching that. I didn't say that for an
What'd you say?
argument or a debate. Jesus is not white.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I think
Did you ever watch the-
isn't he
did you
described
ever
as
watch
having
the-
uh-huh.
Did you ever watch what was Family Guy?
Uh-huh.
Black Jesus.
Yeah. You know, I got to be honest. That was one of the things that I found a little interesting and questioning for myself. Again, like I said, I have conversations about religion very similar to the way I have questions about this case, and sometimes even politics. Although I'm not really interested in politics all that much anymore. But with regards to, you know, in the LDS church, you know, the founder of that church claims to have seen Jesus in a grove, along with God standing, you know, basically next to him in human form. And all these things are, you know, it's one of the big things for me. Uh-oh. We're talking religion. They're dropping like flies.
Yeah, bye. Shut up, Jeff. Shut up,
Dang it.
Jeff.
Read the room, Jeff.
Read the room. No, Sandra.
No,
thank
but
you for being
you know,
here. Thank you for being here. We're about to close it out, anyways. Thank you.
I
for
tell you
your
what, though,
patronage.
the biggest thing for me, though, with regards to religion, is just it's how I've decided that I will live, react, think, and feel. You know, at least today, that's the plan for tomorrow. the next day. It's working for me. That's all. You know. And when I
Well,
see a
thank
lot of
you.
people that are miserable and angry and grumpy and road ragers, and I'm just like, I just don't look at it that way. What'd you say earlier? I was positive. What you just said earlier, just a minute ago. I need that on a bumper sticker, whatever it was.
Black Jesus.
You're gonna make me go watch some Family Guy now. I used to watch Family
Well,
Guy almost
Jeff,
every day. I love that.
you know, Jeff, I'm that type of person too, because I used to watch a lot of movies. I used to watch a lot of TV. Now it's just boring to me. I don't know why, but you know, I have my moments. But to quote movies and stuff, I get it. When you're quoting a movie, I get, you know, what you're saying and that. I don't know where I
Royale
was
with
going.
cheese.
I don't know where I was going with that.
Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of evil men. Pulp Fiction, if you
Hey,
didn't know what that.
you know, when you were talking about Seinfeld earlier, I was talking. The one thing that comes to mind is Elaine's dance.
The dance, yeah. That's one of the first
Always.
things when I was trying to think of a quote, and the first thing I thought of was her dance. Yeah. What did
I
George
mean,
say?
that was
It's like she's she's regurgitating or vomiting in dance form.
yeah. I mean, well, that wouldn't
Yeah,
be too neighborly, would it, H.I.?
You're young. You got your hell. What you want with a job?
Now, if I go to the floor, young fella, I would be in motion. So therefore, which is it? Should I freeze or should I drop to the floor?
That is the greatest movie of all time. I love that.
Yes,
If
it
I only
is.
had
Yes,
one
it
movie,
is.
I
Yes,
like when
it
he
is.
says, "These blow up into funny shapes." Well, no, not less round is funny. He's talking about the bag of balloons. I think I've seen that movie probably more than any other movie. It's like I used
Oh
to
my
watch
God.
it because I've
When
worked
that
in
movie
video
came
with
out,
camera stuff.
when that movie came out, bro,
Pretzels are making me thirsty. Yes.
I don't know. He says, what did he say? He said, it sounds to me like the missus wears the pants.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He kind of says it like hiding, like he's
Yeah.
whispering it to him. Yeah, and then with Nicolas Cage, like, no, hold on a second.
He's turn to the right. Now wait a minute, honey. That's not what you. Or she's like, did you get the diapers?
Oh, the huggies. The huggies.
He's all, make them right, honey.
Oh,
And
how about
she
the guy
like,
with the pickup truck? He's like, son, you got a panty on your head. He says,
can't
you
even
just drive
show-
fast.
I can't even show any of this stuff because I'll get copyrighted. I mean, I tried it one night. Remember that
Oh, yeah,
diaper
yeah.
scene? He's like,
You were showing the chase? Yeah.
and he's all shooting at him.
Oh, with the teeth, the big teeth, and he's like, big old gun. Oh,
He's
man.
like, make a left, honey. Wow, she popped him right in the jaw. We're a family now, hi. I know, honey.
If you can find better prices, my name ain't Nathan, Arizona. Yeah, that movie's a classic.
Me and the missus, we went and got married. I'm a respectable man now.
What's the other one? The one with George Clooney and Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Yeah, maybe the
That
dingo
one
ate
is
your
a-
baby.
That one's got a bunch of quotes too. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. No soup for you. Dingo H. I had found when we were talking about that earlier. I thought I found a site with a bunch of good quotes, but I think I closed it.
God.
That's cheating, though. I shouldn't look at the. These should be.
Maybe we should get drunk one night, Jeff, and stay up all night, and let's see how long the live can go.
Well, I don't drink, but I can act drunk.
No, I'm good. I'm getting tired. These things wear me out.
You know, it's funny when you look up quotes. Like a lot of the quotes aren't funny unless you hear them how they're said. I can't find one. I can't find one that I can read that sounds. Oh, well, the classic like, "Hello, Newman."
Yeah, that one is
Serenity now, serenity now.
Yeah, when you see quotes, you just gotta think of it in your head. You're just like, what's another good Raising Arizona quote?
I like when the biker is talking about, you know, how as a baby he said, even as a pup, I could get, you know, I could fetch $5,000 on the market.
Best of us for the rest of us.
What'd he say? He's talking to the biker, the Arizona guy. He's talking to the biker in his office. He's like, look, if you need a shit box, it's out there on the floor. Other than that, we ain't got nothing to talk about. You know, something like that.
Hell no! That dude, I mean, that whole movie, I would have thought to write a movie like that. Like, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I know when I first watched that movie, it was because, you know, I work in video, and I'm always interested in camera angles and editing. And that movie was described, before I even saw it, it was described as they had a lot of POV camera work, point of view. Like the baby, when she's got the baby and she's shaking the baby, and then it cuts to the camera, and the camera's going like this, and, you know, Nicolas Cage is in the window on the ladder, like. But yeah,
When
a lot of just amazing camera.
When all those babies are crawling out, and that one baby's about to go down the staircase, he grabs it at the last minute.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like herding a bunch of feral cats.
Right,
That's
right.
what that reminded me of. All those babies were going in different directions.
That must have been hard to
Got
shoot.
the best
'cause
one.
You don't know what a baby's gonna do.
He said, I got the best one. I got the best one of them, honey. This one.
Oh yeah, she said, "Well, all babies are wonderful." He's like, "Yeah, but this one's pretty damn good, though." He's like, it's just like when I was robbing convenience stores.
Golly, he put that panty on his head. That music that was playing was hilarious, man.
Yeah. I was like,
There it is, folks.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's great. Oh, that's going to be in somebody's video. I should do that.
I wonder who's watching us on Discord and making fun of us at the moment. If you are, you're number one. See, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. You're number one.
Love you.
A soft answer turns away wrath.
Soft answer turns away wrath. That's brilliant. Yep. I'm telling you that the pastor that really influenced me the most. He's an African American gentleman named Jeff, and he would often share a story about when he was younger. When he was younger, he had decided, when I'm 18, I'm not going to church anymore. The family drags me to church every time. Yeah, I'm done with church. And he wasn't out of church long until he realized, no, it's where I ought to be. It's where I need to be. Anyway, but he said back in those days when he was, walking his walk with God, as a black guy in the 60s, I guess, he's walking down the street, a car full of like racist white guys drive by, call him the N-word, and he said the first thing out of his mouth was like, "Love you, brothers." And like I said, I mean, that notion of like going against the norm or going against, I mean,
you ran her off
you-
again. Whoever
Again?
Sandra Horn, she came back, gave us another shot, and you ran her off again. Stop it.
I gotta tell you, I like bye-bye better than bye. I think bye-bye. I would go with bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That just sounds
Bye-bye.
fruity.
Oh no,
That
you
sounds
remember
fruity.
in the Animaniacs?
Bye-bye.
Did you ever watch that?
Bye-bye.
In the Animaniacs, there was this little animated girl, this little kid, and I always thought it was funny. It comes to mind every now. It just came to mind now, but when she say, "Okay, love you, bye bye," something about "Okay, love you, bye bye." I think.
Oh
It's
my
cute.
gosh, you just brought something to mind. I watched this all day. This is hilarious. I hope this isn't a copyright. I'm gonna show it anyways, regardless.
Uh-huh.
It's on TikTok, and they talk about being in a psych ward. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh my God, have we really been on 4 hours?
Yeah. Hold on a second. I don't even know what the real creator that does it. I just know I came across it, and it's freaking hilarious. It's the same guy making all the voices, but he wears wigs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find it.
It's like a meme
4
or something.
hours?
One of those memes.
Hold on a second.
3 hours and 55
No, it's on
minutes.
TikTok.
Sandra, have you been here before? If Sandra's still here, do you recognize Sandra's name?
Never.
You know,
Hold
I'm
on, I
Jeff
found
H, and she's Sandra H. Who else is an H?
Hold on. I found it. Hold
Je-
on.
Jeff H. Not everybody's cup of tea.
No, he's nobody's cup of tea, right?
Not even a cup of Joe.
Oh, he's a cup of
Cup of
Kajak.
noodles.
Here we go. This is hilarious. Here we go.
I don't think the sound's coming through.
Really?
Maybe it's coming through your mic only.
Can you see it?
You can see it, but you can't really hear it.
Y'all need to go watch that on TikTok. It's hilarious. I don't know why the sound's not coming across. You can type in Angela versus Sarah and you'll see those videos. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Is it?
Well,
It's not
Jeff,
on YouTube as well.
I don't think so. I haven't found it on YouTube. But 3 minutes for 4 hours. This is the longest live I've done in a long time.
Yeah, I think I'm in trouble too. I got to call my wife and tell her I call her later.
She's like,
might need
I saw you on 12 gauges.
I might need
She's
like
one of-
a doctor's note from you saying, well, Jeff had to be here. We really needed him on the show. So this excuse,
her alternate is Sandra Horn. That's your wife right there.
Oh, man,
Okay,
maybe
Jeff.
so? No.
That'd be hilarious.
Wouldn't it be cool though? I've told her. I said it would be really so cool if you came and were a part of this too. You know,
You'd be cooler
here.
if you did. Remember
Like, what
the
if we were
quote?
like typically unique? You know, with Kim and her husband Carlos, you know, being on opposite sides of the Idaho thing with their opinions. I think that is
You know that
such a cool thing. I love watching them.
you know that line in Dazed and Confused? He's like, I don't think so. It'd be cooler if you did. You know the thing about high school girls, they stay the same age, or how does that saying go? It goes, you know the thing about high school girls is they keep getting fatter and I stay the same age, or something like that. I don't know. I'm getting tired. I
I'll go
can't
watch
think.
it. You sound
Yeah, go watch
confused.
it. Yeah, Dazed and Confused. It's Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, I did. I haven't really seen that movie, but I did kind of imagine that it was him the way you were doing your impersonation.
Yeah, and that's where the all right
Oh,
comes
is that
from.
where that originates from?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
That was his first big movie. You know,
I like
running
him in
for
those
governor.
Is it Cadillac commercials he was in?
Yeah. You know, he's running for governor of Texas.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I bet his bumper stickers and slogans will be all right, all right,
All right, all right, all right. Yeah. Well, Jeff, we're at 4 hours, man. We got to call it.
Yep, that's a good idea.
You want to wait? If you want to wait around backstage for a little bit, you can. But you got to go
I'll wait
call
for a
the
minute or
wife.
two.
All right.
I'll wait for just a
Nice.
minute and then I'll call her.
All right. Thank you guys for joining us for this long journey. I hope you find something that you enjoyed. Hit the like button, subscribe, and share. See you
Bye,
next
Sandra.
time.
Bye, Gator Baby.
Maestro,
Bye, PKC.
Maestro, cue that music.